unexpected areas immediately.
There's another team. Is that what? So what? Okay.
The second call and triple jump. Second call and triple jump.
How did golf go for you earlier this week?
I mean, I could have done better. You know.
It's really crazy windy.
You said you could hear me? can go through here, don't matter.
Okay.
We're not live right now.
Oh, you're not live right now? Okay. Thank you.
For real? No way. It keeps like hanging up. What? I am actually. What do you mean? Oh yeah. I just got him right now. It says on now. That AirPod is done for. Yeah.
The second part of owner tie job. It's like the car owner tie job.
R.I.P. that AirPod. Do I go back to long jump or what? Yeah. Cool.
Get out of here!
I was talking all this time that the table. Yo. Talk about the dude running or what? Yeah, it's a table. It's a table. I lost my AirPods. They fell. I heard your AirPods. Right. Yeah. Walmart can still use one for sale.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hello to everyone out there who's joining me live on stream. This is Joel Allen, your host for the Tabor College Track and Field Invitational. We'll be getting started very shortly, here in about 2-3 minutes, with our women's steeplechase final. Joining me very soon will be fellow Tabor College alum Thomas Bacon. We look forward to talking to you as the races go on and as we push through this exciting and windy day. As the women line up here for the start of the 3,000 meter steeplechase, I am joined by, as I said before, fellow Tabor College alum Thomas Bacon. How are you today, Thomas?
Good, Joel. How are you?
I'm doing good. The race just got started here. In this race, starting with hip number 1 is Abby Seacrest from Tabor. Hip number 2, Noelle Buckholtz from Hutchinson Community College. Hip number 3, Cello Garcia from Garden City. Hip number 4, Andrea Serrano, also from Garden City. And hip number 5, Sydney Grauer from Hutchinson Community College. For those who are not as familiar with the steeplechase, 7.5 laps around the track. The first half lap on this track particularly with no barriers whatsoever, and then 4 barriers plus a water jump every time around. I know that I'm a little bit familiar with the steeplechase and racing it. It is a grueling event. Thomas, what was your experience with steeplechase?
My experience with the steeplechase is sticking my legs in the water, and that's about it.
A very tough event. As many who have run it would tell you, you're probably going to feel tired a lot sooner than you normally would at the beginning of the race. Right now, out front are Abby Seacrest and trying to see who exactly. One of our Hutchinson Community College runners, which we'll try to get a read on as they come back around on the home stretch. Very likely Noelle Buchholz. As they extend into the water jump, one of the things that we like to look for, especially if you're coaching, and as we see hands touch water for a third place runner here, one of the things that we like to see is a nice aggressive approach into the water jump and really good extension off the top of the water pit. Ideally, for women, you want to get 2 feet down in the water and then be running out after that. Anything less than that is going to be slowing your drag down quite a bit and slowing your speed down. And an event as tough as the steeple can be, especially on a windy day like today, you want to reduce your drag as much as possible. Still the same order, 1 and 2, Buchholz and Seacrest. Seacrest content to sit on Buchholz's hip right now.
Joel, are you the school record holder in the steeplechase?
I am not. School record holder for Tabor in the men's steeplechase is Jeremy Jost. He ran that back in 1998, time of 9:37.4. Yeah, that is a very fantastic race. Back then, I believe that was enough to get him to nationals at that time. In the women's steeplechase, though, someone we're both very familiar with, school record holders Julie Lowen. She ran a time of 11:35.5 back in 2019 at this very invitational.
What's a good kind of time to shoot for women?
Well, anything that is, especially within the KCAC, anything that's under 12:30 is going to be relatively competitive. But it really depends, obviously, on what your standards are, what you're shooting for. For example, if we wanted to take a look real quick at what it would take to get to nationals in the steeplechase, on the women's side, the B standard is 11:30 flat. So Julie's time of 11:35 was just short that year of being able to make it with that B standard. But you do have women at this level running under 11:18, and this year in the NAI so far the women's lead is 10:49. So there are women out there who can run it incredibly fast and incredibly well. You have to be a very skilled hurler and a very skilled runner if you're going to be able to run that fast.
It might be kind of tough to run a time like that in the wind today.
That it would, Thomas. That it will be. Looking out right now a little bit at the landscape on the KCAC, 3 women in the KCAC actually have already hit that national standard. And currently the 8th best time, which is what these runners will look to podium later in the year at the KCAC Outdoor Championships. The 8th best time in the conference right now is 12:26. So that's the kind of time that these ladies are really shooting for. As Abby Seacrest does a really good job here of fighting out of the water pit, currently starting to get gapped a little bit by Buchholz. They're coming up with, looks like they still have 4 to go here. We might get a lap counter change here in a second. One of the very interesting things about this race, particularly on the women's side, is, and this happens a little bit on the men's side too, but is how you choose to approach hurdles. On the women's side, the hurdles are, if I remember correctly, only about 30 inches. So they're not super tall. And depending on your height and your athleticism and your comfortability with hurdling in general, a lot of women will go over the top of the hurdle as if they were going up over the top of any hurdle and not touch the barrier. But for those who are not as comfortable with that, or if you get yourself in a spot where you are uncomfortable, you're a little bit close to the barrier when you go to hurdle over the top of it, you can touch down on it because it's a solid surface compared to, you know, when you're watching someone run the 110 hurdles or running the 400 hurdles. And most of the decision-making process on that is based on, again, athleticism, how comfortable you are, and just how much speed you're carrying over the top of the hurdle. The steeple is very much, you know, an event of broken rhythm, and as much rhythm as you can keep over the top of that hurdle, the better.
Oh no.
As Buchholz takes a fall coming out of the water pit, that's going to make it just a little bit easier potentially for Seacrest to climb back up into this race. It does not look like it affected her overly much, but you can't discount, especially in this wind, when you take a fall in the steeplechase, it can have pretty significant effects on, like I was talking about before, your rhythm. And it can really throw you off and make you panic a little bit if you're not very well composed.
I would imagine later in the race, you'll see more people stepping on the barrier once you get tired.
Yeah, you probably will, especially on a day like today with the wind. It's blowing very hard down the home stretch here. You can even see, as we look at Abby come up on this hurdle now, how much that wind is really affecting her. Down the back stretch, you probably won't see quite as much of that because, of course, the wind will be with the athletes. But when you're approaching, you know, hurdle number 5 or hurdle number 1, barrier number 5, barrier number 1, taking that wind and trying to maintain your speed over the top of that hurdle are pretty significant challenges. That lead has not shrunk at all after Buchholz's fall, and she is rounding the 200-meter mark, headed back into her next water jump, and staying very strong and very composed. Seacrest still in second, has put a huge lead on third.
Yeah, she's kind of running in no man's land right now. It's kind of tough to do without anyone around you, pacing you, anything like that.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts about running in the wind. When you don't have a group of people that you're running with, it makes a pretty significant difference in how the wind affects you, because you're really taking it solo. But the truth of the matter is all of these women right now are pretty strung out. This race is really strung out, so they're all fighting the same battle. No one in particular has an advantage right at this moment, as it looks like we got 2 laps left to go in this race. Grauer, it looks like, doesn't have a time yet on this season. It's always fun to do your first steeplechase ever. Of course, that's an experience you only get once, but it's usually a come back down to earth moment. Your confidence and your enthusiasm is sky high. If you've chosen to get in it, you're usually pretty excited by it. And then by this point, you're wondering, really, we really have 2 laps left.
That sounds like it comes from personal experience.
It does come from personal experience, Thomas. You were correct on that. Second to last water jump for the leader here. Probably the biggest thing you're looking for when it comes to the water jump is that speed coming into it. You want to see someone be aggressive, as we watch Abby here try to fight in. You can see her speed up just a little bit to try to get up on top of the steeple and extend out. And Right now, with how tired she is, she's just put 4 feet in the water. That's not ideal, but sometimes it's just what you have to do, especially on a day like today where it is so windy. Buckholz lapping, one of our Garden City runners here, coming into the bell lap.
I believe Buckhold's shoes untied as well.
Runners tend to learn through experience that there's a few different ways to keep your shoes tied, and it usually only takes once or twice before you figure out that that's something you really need to do. Probably in the steeplechase more than any other race, just with the beating that your shoes take over the course of the race. 300 meters left to go for the leader. Again, the wind is at her back right at this moment. That's going to make it kind of a nice jump start for that final push, and especially as the athletes are getting significantly tired and trying to summon up the willpower to move their legs faster and faster, that can be a pretty huge boost down the backstretch. Sechrist is looking really strong over the top of these hurdles right now. You can see Buckholz as she went into the steeple pit, lengthening out her stride to try and get that momentum up onto the top of the hurdle and then push off. Entering her final jump. Oh, and a huge fall. She shortens up her stride. She clips her front foot as she comes up over the top, falls, and it looks like she's got the adrenaline she needs to pick herself back up and stay strong and cross the finish line. Sechrist going to come here in second. Buckholz with a finishing time of 13:03.99. Sechrist with a finishing time of 13:14.41.
Under the conditions, I think she ran pretty well.
I would say so. This is an extremely challenging day. Yeah, I've seen a lot of really windy days at Joel H. Wooden Stadium, and this is as windy as I can ever remember it.
I think every Tabor track meet, home track meet that is, that I can remember, had some sort of extreme weather. And usually it's rain. But today it's wind.
14 flat, .04 for Grauer as she comes across the finish line in third.
You guys sound really staticky still. So I'm here to fix that. You can even tell them, like, we're going to get this staticky fixed. We'll be right back.
We are experiencing some technical difficulties, so we will be back as soon as possible. Thank you.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Test, test, test.
Oh, there.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, testing.
And we are back. Hopefully everything is cleared up as we get ready to start the men's steeplechase. There was a short delay in the race schedule as they were getting a timing issue taken care of, a correction that they had to do from the prior race. But just to recap that women's steeplechase, the winner of the women's steeplechase was Noelle Buchholz from Hutchinson in 13:03. Behind her, Abby Seacrest in second, Sydney Grauer in third, Chel Garcia in fourth, and then Andreas Arano in fifth. Introducing the men's steeplechase field here. Number 1, Angel Alea from Garden City. Hip number 2 will be Santiago Nunez from Cowley College. Hip number 3, Wyatt Allen from McPherson, one of the better steeplechasers in the KCAC. Hip number 4 will be Aaron Geisinger from Hutch. Hip number 5 will be Jack Hornacek from Kansas Wesleyan. Hip number 6 will be Tabor's own Garrett Kinsey. Hip number 7, also from Tabor, Kobe Villegas. Hip number 8, Jose Ruiz from Garden City. Hip number 9, Zachary Pinka, also from Garden City. Hip number 10, Johnny Lozano from Garden City. Hip number 11, Kyle Peterson from Garden City. And then hip number 12, Munir Suid from Cowley. And hip number 3, Bashir Suid from Cowley as well.
Joel, I believe one of your former athletes is running in this race.
That is correct. Garrett Kinsey, who I believe is in his last year of eligibility this year, ran for me for 2 years while I was coaching here. Yeah, Garrett has had quite a bit of success the last couple years, grew a lot, and really enjoyed coaching him.
I believe he was a freshman my super senior year, and now he's a senior, so that makes us kind of old.
Yes, if you think of 28 and under as old, Thomas. I know so far this year, only 10 men in the KCAC have run the steeplechase, and a number of the runners here today will be debuting in the steeplechase today for the year. Though, like I said before, freshman Wyatt Allen from McPherson is a guy to watch. He has run 10-12 already this year at the KT Woodman. Couple other notes from some of the other runners. Angel Alaya, he has finished, last year did finish 4th place at the Region 6 Outdoor Championships, ran a time of 9:48 and went to Nationals for that event. Santiago Nunez is another one of the JUCO representatives here today who has been to nationals several times over the last year in the indoor 3K, the indoor 5K, to cross country, and last year in the steeple outdoors. Wyatt Allen from McPherson, like I talked about before, this last indoor season was part of their KCAC second place distance medley relay team. And then another notable, Garrett Kinsey, as we talked about a little bit, was all conference this last indoor season in the 1,000 meters and was also part of the 4x8 team that Tabor took to NAI Nationals, placing 16th. One of the things that's been very interesting to watch from afar this season, Thomas, is the rise to prominence it seems like the Tabor men have had on the distance running and the mid-distance running side of things. This is probably one of the best years they've ever had as far as their overall depth and talent. We're going to see it here in this men's steeplechase. We're going to see it later on today in the 5K and the 800 and the 1500 some as well, as we get this men's steeplechase started.
I know, I see their team picture, and the Tabor team is huge. It'd be a lot of fun to run with that many guys.
Speaking of, you just recently ran the Boston Marathon. You are probably still in good enough shape that you could go out and practice with the guys.
No.
We're off to the start of this race here. Just as a reminder, the first 200 meters or so of this event will be run with no barriers. That is to allow basically the field to string out just a little bit before they all start going over the top of these barriers. We got a couple County guys out front right now as they reach the first barrier. This is a little bit larger heat than what we saw with the women, and so it'll probably stay a little bit more competitive over the course of the race and get a little bit less strung out. Though even now you see as we hit the second barrier already, the field does string out a little bit quicker in the steeple than it does in a lot of other events. Right now, as we are looking at these guys, this front pack moving into this first water jump, you really got a pack of about 5 guys right out front, then a small gap, and then another 4. Taking a look at this water jump, you can really see the difference between basically as people come in and out of there with good form and good technique, it makes a big difference. These top 3 guys really made a pretty large separation off of Kinsey and off of these couple Cowley guys that are in 5th and 6th, in large part because they came out of the water barrier so much smoother than everybody else.
So the goal for men, is it just to have one foot hit the water?
Yeah, so when they approach the water jump, of course, just like the women, the goal is to get bring as much speed as they can into the water pit. And then get 1 foot on top of that barrier and jump. And then, yes, put 1 foot in the water and 1 foot out. Most men who practice it and practice it well can make that happen. It's actually an advantage for the men that the steeple height is 6 inches taller, because it allows them to get a little bit higher in the air and extend a little bit farther out over the water. So it isn't just the difference in their athleticism, it's also the inherent advantage that having a little bit taller barrier on the water jump gives them. Right now, with 6 laps left to go, Nunez, Wyatt, Allen, and then Geisinger from Hutch are kind of that top 3 that are just hanging on together. Nunez and Allen kind of trading the lead back and forth, with Geisinger content to sit back and let these guys take the wind. Probably a smart idea right now. Kinsey in fourth, really grinding it out, like Thomas talked about before, in no man's land, within another group of 5 chasing behind him.
Kobe's from Tabor's doing a really good job of getting in behind those Garden City guys to block some of the wind.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge part of today's racing, is going to be who's taking the wind, who's successfully stacking themselves behind and allowing somebody else to take the brunt of it and saving their energy for later in the race. The lead's starting to string out just a little bit for Nunez from Cali. He's put about 3 meters in between himself and then Allen and then Geisinger kind of in a short interval together. Back in fourth, Kinsey starting to fall back toward this pack of 5 that are chasing him. He'll probably get caught by them here on this water barrier. And a tough water jump coming in with there's 6, 7 guys in there right now. With that much traffic, it can be a pretty big challenge to navigate and come out of there clean. Now that group of 6 bunch backed up together. No significant change with the lead group. Nunez, though, trying to break away a little bit with 4 laps left to go.
Yeah, all 3 of those leaders look really strong.
Nunez, especially right now, is looking pretty smooth, and it's kind of impressive because he has taken a large amount of the win from the beginning. He's never really shirked away from taking the lead. It'll be interesting to see over the course of the next couple laps if he stays this strong. If he does, you'll see his lead grow pretty significantly. But if Allen and Geisinger can kind of hang on and keep this lead right about that 10, 15 meter gap there, and if they can just keep, especially their water barriers, really smooth and clean, and let's say he makes a misstep, as you see all 3 of those guys really take that water barrier really, really well, that's going to give them the opportunity maybe that they need later in the race to change the way that it's shaping up now. Though as they hit this wind, Nunez just looks stronger right now than Wyatt does and than Geisinger does.
It would make for a fun finish down the home stretch if they could close that lead a little bit.
Yeah, 3 laps left to go. We'll have to see, but it does look like it is Nunez's race to command right now. Behind them, the camera focus kind of on that group of 5, that chase pack. It wouldn't be impossible at this point for 1 or 2 of them to really chase down, these 2 guys in second and third. But you'd be hoping for a couple things. One, that their energy had been conserved enough early in the race by packing up that they would be able to make a big and sustainable move over the course of the next couple laps. And 2, the grind of just being up front and being at the top for especially for Geisinger, maybe here in third, would have worn him out in a way that really makes him, doubt his ability to continue and be willing to hurt. Those top 3, Nunez, Allen, Geisinger, all 3, the gap just keeps growing between the 3 of them as we see that chase pack of 5 all come out of the water pit right now. Geisinger is probably about 50 meters or so out in front of these 2 Cowley County guys. I believe those are the Suede, Bashir, and Munir. Oh, and we saw another fall there. This time, Villegas from Tabor.
He looks to bounce back pretty well. He's still with that group.
That particular barrier, probably more than any, is the most challenging barrier today, just with the wind. It's the one where you're running directly into it. It's on the home stretch. where probably the most noise is with the crowd and those kinds of things, between the challenge and the distraction. Nunez still in a very commanding lead in first as he enters the water pit. Really good 1-2 right out of the water pit. Allen again looks strong, not as fleet as Nunez is. Geisinger has a little bit of trouble coming out of the water barrier as we see the chase pack come into the water barrier here.
I do believe that home stretch barrier has something against these runners.
It very well might.
It has taken it tripped a number of runners today.
It has. Looks like we may be on the bell lap here. Nunez with a 80-meter lead approximately over Allen, though Allen is picking things up pretty significantly. Be interesting to see how much he can shorten the gap. I'm sure he's going for it with the wind at his back right now. Geisinger content to seemingly try to fight for and just hang on for third. The Suede brothers and Angel Alea battling for fourth, fifth, sixth, and then behind them, Villegas from Tabor. Nunez comes out of the last water barrier pretty clean. And a clean last jump as he strides in for home. Allen from McPherson takes a quick look over his shoulder, sees that he is easily in second, crosses the line. In first, Santiago Nunez crossed the line in 10:27.66. Second, Wyatt Allen's time of 10:36.40. Geisinger comes across in third in 10:47.62. To show you just how big of a challenge the wind is today, just 2 weeks ago, Allen had run at the KT Women Classic and run a 10:12 there. That's a great meet with a lot of great competition, but that is a 24-second difference between then and today. Fourth and fifth, Bashir Suede, 10:54. Fifth, Munir Suede, also 10:54. They actually finished 1/100th of a second. Munir did behind Bashir.
And I believe they had no time coming into this.
That is correct. Angel Alea in sixth, 10:55. I don't imagine he's going to be real happy with that, with his pedigree. In seventh, Kobe Villegas, 11:01.39. In eighth, Jack Horsack from KW, 11:08. In ninth, Jose Ruiz, Garden City, 11:26. 10th, Zachary Penka, 11:36. 11th, Garrett Kinsey from Tabor, 11:46. As we have the last couple of our runners from Garden City finishing this up. Our next event will be the 4x100 meter relay. Johnny Lozano from Garden did finish in 12th and 12:32. As we see our last runner here, this is Kyle Peterson coming down the home stretch. Successful completion of that last barrier and a hard push for home. There she was. Steeplechase is one of the most unique events in all of sports.
I heard that it was originally created to simulate cross-country running on a track.
That's correct. Yeah. This would have been somewhere around 100 years ago or so, and I'm not joking or trying to generalize. It truly would have been somewhere around 100 years ago that, people, runners that wanted to basically be able to simulate cross-country training while during, racing and competing during their track season, looking for an event that could simulate that. So, of course, with how much of a glutton for pain that we cross-country runners can be, decided to throw 4 completely solid, unmovable barriers plus a water pit on a track and call that a race.
I'm glad there's not real water on today's cross-country courses that we have to jump into.
Here in the United States of America, we do not have real water on our courses very often. You go to certain places in Europe, and that's actually pretty common. Cross-country can be a little bit different in different places in the world as far as a sport. Now, as that translates to track, it's always interesting to see after the cross-country season, how diverse of skill sets, people who do compete in cross-country really have and apply it to different disciplines. The women's 4x100 meter relay is going to be up next. In lane number 2 will be a team from Hutchinson Community College of Ashleana Martin, Keena Romney, Courtney Betts, and Kiana Brown. In lane number 3, the A team from Bethel of Aubrey Graham, Lia Palmer, Mia Roman, and Stephanie Meyer. In lane number 4 will be Southwestern with Jordan Loftus, Rachel Booker, Kaya Hill, and Lauren Terry. In lane number 5, the team from Tabor of Destiny Cooper, DeKayla Gaines, Alexis Valle-Pons, and Alexis Hill. In lane number 6, McPherson with Shane Henkes, Michaela Brown, Kalijah P., and Markeia Mack. And in lane number 7 will be Kansas Wesleyan with Samaya Walker, Tamaya Washington, Tiffany Pace, and Bailey Mann.
I feel bad for the anchor leg in this race. They have a tough job ahead of them.
You are very correct on that. What I feel bad for if I'm the anchor is not the person who's in the lead. The person who's in the lead will feel much motivation and inspiration to get themselves to the line. It's that person who gets the baton in last or second to last place who has to grind it out without that, extrinsic motivating piece that is probably who has my sympathy. Within the KCAC right now, on the women's 4x1, what we see is the fastest time in the conference right now belongs to Southwestern, a time of 48:77. And again, you can see them in lane 4. They are the fastest entry. Bethel as well. They're ranked third in the KCAC right now in this race. Tabor ranked 4th. McPherson ranked 5th. 8 total teams have run it. Kansas Wesleyan is ranked 6th right now. So we're going to see some of the best in the conference. The only team not here today out of that top 6 in the conference is St. Mary's.
This should give the team from Tabor a good idea of how they sit in the conference with a lot of these fast teams being here.
I would imagine it does look like we might have a couple potential scratches from teams out of this event. Right now, I don't see anybody lined up in lane 2. That would be the team from Hutch JUCO. And then I do not see anyone lined up in lane 6, which would be the team from McPherson. So Tabor's primary competition here are going to be Southwestern and Bethel. One of the hardest parts about the 4x1, of course, is your handoffs. Smooth handoffs make a great relay. And so it's going to be very interesting this early in the season to watch and see how these ladies have ironed out this process for themselves to try and make their team the best that they can be. And especially on a windy day like today, you have to know, what you can expect out of the other athlete and what you can expect out of yourself in these kinds of conditions in order to make that process smooth. And there's the gun. As they come around the turn, it does not seem to me that there's a big gap made by any of these ladies, so we're going to see this handoff relatively clean for K-Dub and Tabor. Southwestern looked like on the second turn it had the lead, handing off first, and it does seem like they're making up the stagger pretty strong here.
This is going to be quite close coming down the final stretch.
Southwestern clearly out in front. Tabor pulls away from K-Dub. Bethel far behind. Bethel puts on a bit of a strong push here to try to even with K-Dub, but that is the way the race finishes.
And not a bad time either.
No, not bad. Southwestern did finish in first with a time of 49:52. Tabor did come in second with a time of 50.1. K-Dub in third with a time of 51.25. And Bethel brings up the rear, 51.84. Not a bad time, but a clear difference with the wind. Southwestern has run a time of 48.77 thus far this season, and that was even at their very first meet of the year, I believe. It was at the Southwestern College Jinx Invitational on March 26th, which, if I remember correctly, is usually their first meet. So a full second off of that, time from earlier in the year is, again, just more proof that this wind really is taking something away from the runners as they come down the home stretch.
You should also expect all these teams to get faster as the year goes on, and all of them peak around conference championship time, and as they get smoother on their handoffs. I think they all ran pretty well.
Absolutely. It's very interesting because, especially with relays, that can be the case. Reps are pretty significant, and at the college level, there can be some shuffling around with relays, depending on who's doing what events. But oftentimes your 4x1s are going to stay pretty consistent and try to get those repetitions in because it's probably the event more than any where the handoffs make such a huge difference. Moving on to the men's 4x100 meter relay. In lane 1 will be Bethany. In lane 2, Hutch JUCO. In lane 3, Southwestern, their B team. In lane 4, Southwestern's A team. In lane 5, McPherson. In lane 6, Tabor. In lane 7, Garden City. And in late, Kansas Christian. 2 to watch right now are going to be McPherson in 5 and Tabor in 6, as they are 1 and 2 in the KCAC. Both do have the B standard qualifier, which would allow them to make it as a relay to nationals.
Additionally, I believe all the teams are out there. There aren't any scratches.
That's correct. Currently, McPherson sets ranked 15th in the nation, and Tabor 23rd. Both of those times set at the Bethel College Invitational on the 15th. McPherson's team of Quashad Washington, Rock Hardinson, Owen Sutherland, and Xavier Taylor are going to be a team to watch. Tabor's team of Deshaun Sanford, Ontario Jones, Ali Cannon, and Tyke Owens. And then also keep an eye on in lane 4, Southwestern. They are the number 3 team in the KCAC ranked now. David Mavundra, Demarius Weber, Phillip Jones, and Keyshawn Jones, as they get set into their starting blocks.
Additionally, I believe Tabor's team is pretty young. You should expect them to be pretty good for a while.
As the gun goes up here, they're off. Garden City looks to be shot out of a cannon here as they pretty clearly hand off in first. Tabor and McPherson in hot pursuit. Southwestern not far behind. Looks like McPherson made it up. And I think Tabor and Southwestern just behind. Southwestern's second runner takes a tumble after the handoff. Ooh, really, really tight here. Coming off the turn, Tabor making up a huge gap. It looks like Garden City's still going to win. McPherson clearly in second. Waiting on results now. Garden did come out the winner on that. 41-22 was the winning time. McPherson took second, 41-42. Then Tabor did make it up. They went from fifth at the third handoff there to all the way up to third in 41-60. Hutch falls just off the pace there at the end, 41-72. Then Southwestern all the way back in fifth. Their A team, 41-96. Bethany comes in behind them in sixth, 42-59. Southwestern's B team finished seventh, 43-50. And then Kansas Christian in eighth, 47-03. That was a very well-run final leg there by Tyke Owens, especially into the wind. That's a significant challenge. And, yeah, he definitely was in fifth off of that turn. It looked like potentially a little bit slower leg for whatever reason for Tabor on off the curve there. But another couple impression. Garden clearly won in large part due to their really, really fast first leg, frankly. To come and run that fast from an outside lane like that, pretty huge. And then really impressed by McPherson's second runner as he basically almost made up the entire gap. McPherson's second runner being Rock Hardison made up the entire gap on Garden City on that backstretch. Was very impressive. Next, we'll be moving on to the women's 1500.
This has to be one of your favorite races.
It is a lot of fun. There are going to be two sections of this race. In section number 1, which will be the slower of the two sections by seed time, hip number 1 will be Journey Young from Hutchison. Hip number 2, Michelle Gage from Hutchison. Hip number 3, Sarah Dark from Tabor. Hip number 4, Allison Vizier from Tabor. Hip number 5, Andrea Garcia Gonzalez from Cowley County. Hip number 6, Elena Berman from Kansas Wesleyan. Hip number 7, Jana John Wan from Garden City. Hip number 8, Morgan Graves from Southwestern. Hip number 9, Taylor Thorpe from Garden City. Hip number 10, Savannah Pilsner from Kansas Wesleyan. Hip number 11, Maria Flores from Bethany. And hip number 12, Anna Lise Kierton from Southwestern. 1,500, an interesting event, as opposed to what you see often in high school, the 1,600, the 1,500, obviously 100 meters shorter, but I can tell you, as Thomas can tell you from experience, sometimes it feels shorter and faster than that.
I don't see either of the Tabor girls. Maybe they moved some of the faster girls into the next heat.
That is possible. We'll see. Sometimes we do see some reshuffling of heats. We'll point that out in the next heat if we can.
But you're right, Joel. You're on lap 3 before you know it. And then it's time to sprint.
Very much so. Through the first lap, Andrea Garcia Gonzalez from Cali out in front. She's got a decent little lead on Michelle Gage from Hutchison. And then following behind her, kind of bunched close together, are Taylor Thorpe from Garden and Elena Berman from Kansas Wesleyan. Especially with the wind starting behind your back on that backstretch like that, it can be a pretty huge boost right at the beginning. You feel really, really good through the first about 150 meters, and then you turn back into the wind and things can get real conservative. You can get real conservative real fast because of that. It'll be interesting to see here as Andrea has taken the lead and been in the lead since the gun, to see if that has any disadvantage for her on Gage behind her, or if, as it looks now, as strong as she looks, she may just be putting more and more of a gap on these windy sections. Again, smaller heats going to mean relatively strung out races. Right now we only have 8 women in this race. There were 12 entered. Young from Hutch, Dark from Tabor, Visor from Tabor, and Don Juan from Garden not competing as of right now. Garcia Gonzalez getting close to and just hitting that 800 meter mark around 3:03 or so. Followed about 20 meters behind by Gage from Hutch, and then another maybe 15 meters behind by Berman. The order staying relatively the same.
Joel, I thought you had incredible eyesight, and I was impressed until I saw you were getting a live feed of who's doing what per lap.
My eyes, believe it or not, Thomas, are not very good. If I had to rely on my own eyes, I wouldn't know what was happening. No, that's not entirely true. But I wouldn't know just off the top of my head all the way across the track if they were wearing hip number 1 or not.
Well, I was super impressed. Now I feel about the same about you again.
Garcia Gonzalez does look really strong. She's put probably another 10 meters or so on Gage. Gage is falling back to Berman. Berman also looking relatively strong. It'd be interesting to see if building up some momentum here and passing Gage is going to give her the option in this final lap to take a shot at Garcia Gonzalez.
She had a good chance.
You can see her coach down on the curve here, really imploring her to make a move right now. It is a large gap, but it's not something that's inconceivable that you could make up. I will say this, though. Gage has woken up a little bit, and she is taking that second place back from Berman right now. Garcia content to just whittle away at the rest of this time, but Gage is striding out pretty significantly and starting to eat up this lead.
As a former coach, when did you tell your runners to kick on the 1500? At what point on the last lap?
Well, you always wanted to make sure that about 300 to 350 meters out that you were starting to speed up. But anymore, what I believe to be the best move is to make your move the last move. Gage has caught up to Garcia Gonzalez, though she's looked over her shoulder. She can see she's there, and it doesn't seem to me that she's just willing to give up this lead. They're battling right now, but Gage is turning it on And Garcia Gonzalez does not look like she has it in her to respond. Gage absolutely powering home. Going to make it under 6 minutes pretty easily. A decent time and a decent race.
What a strong final lap by her.
Yep, very good. Gage finishes in first. Garcia Gonzalez finishing behind her, and then Berman after that. Time's a little bit slow to come up right at this moment. There we go. In first, again, Michelle Gage, 5:51.64. In second, Andrea Garcia Gonzalez, 5:55.79. In third, Alea Berman, 5:59.80. Squeaks in under 6 minutes. Graves from Southwestern finishing in fourth. Pilsner in fifth. Thorpe in sixth. And it looks like our last finisher coming in right now, Flores from Bethany, before we start and move on to the fast heat of the women's 1500. Curtin from Southwestern finishes in 7th, 6:41, and Flores finishing in 8th. In the second heat of the women's 1500, hip number 1, Louise Cocking from Hutchinson. In heat number 2, Sonia Zimmerman from Tabor. In heat 3, Brooke Wiebe from Tabor. In 4, Digiona Wilson from Southwestern. In 5, Emma Willison from Tabor. In 6, Danielle Allison from Tabor. In hip 7, Katie Klimkowski from Southwestern. 8th, Daniela Goana from Kansas Wesleyan. Hip number 9, Samantha Thompson from McPherson. Hip number 10, Yasmin Reyes from Cowley County. Hip number 11, Aubrey Bonner from Tabor. Hip number 12, Reagan Rose from Kansas Wesleyan. And hip number 13, Elise Bowden from Bethany.
Do you know what the national standards are for the women's 1500?
Yes. Going to pull that up here. For the women national standard, B standard is 4:43.50. The A standard is 4:37.50. And just as a quick explanation, in order to go to nationals, you do have to hit either an A or a B standard. Teams can bring 3 B standards to nationals. They can bring as many A standards as they would like. In the KCAC right now, on the 1500 meter side, right now, again, only 10 women have run the 1500 so far. A lot of it coming very, very early in the season. 3 different women, a couple from St. Mary's, one from Kansas Wesleyan, who we're going to see later, Tabitha Deans, have made that B standard. Right now, couple ladies out in front, one from Hutch and the other struggling to pinpoint right now, but we've got 2 Tabor ladies in the chase pack, 3 Tabor ladies in the chase pack who are staying relatively close. Not a lot of stringing out yet, especially this early on in this women's race. Coming down the home stretch, we're looking at Louise Cocking in first right now. She's got about a 5-meter lead or so on Wilson from Southwestern. And then right in behind her, 4 Tabor ladies mixed in with a couple other KCAC athletes in chase. 2:32 through the first 700 meters. This group of Tabor ladies in this race have been quite impressive so far this season. I know that this last indoor championships, they won the DMR, and several of these ladies were on that for the KCAC. Yeah, been extremely competitive this year. And as you can see, based on how well they're running together, you know, a tight-knit group. Cocking opening up a pretty huge lead here, probably about 25, 30 meters on Wilson, who is currently being caught by Wiebe. Zimmerman and Willison and Allison, all from Tabor, right in behind her.
You know, I wish that the outdoor DMR was a thing.
I'm a big fan of the DMR. Absolutely love coaching it. Absolutely love running it. I would love to see that be added to outdoor track and field, and especially to the Olympics. I think that would be very, very cool. It's an awesome race that blends a lot of different disciplines.
Yeah, it's neat to interact with sprinters and distance runners and middle distance runners. It's a cool mix of everything.
At the bell lap, Cocking running through in 3:57, followed by this group of 4 Tabor ladies and Wilson from Southwestern. It looked like Wiebe, I believe, sitting on her hip in third, content to let Wilson take the win, which is smart. We'll see if she has a big move here on the backstretch, or we'll see if any of these 5 ladies that are trailing Cocking are willing to open it up and try and take chase. Wilson being real strong throughout a lot of this race, falling back to the chase pack and yet staying out in front in second. All 5 of those ladies really fighting hard right now, and it is eating just a little bit into the lead of Cocking. If one of them chose to open it up with 150 to go, which it looks to me like Wilson may be doing, it's not impossible that this lead that is only about 15 meters right now could be eaten up. But I don't think it's going to be. Cocking just had too much left, and now Wilson spent it all. And 3 Tabor ladies are going to come past her in the final 100 meters.
The Tabor team did a great job working together.
They did. Louise Cocking from Hutch wins that race in 5:21.06. Brooke Wiebe takes second, 5:23.32. Third is Sonia Zimmerman, 5:24.17. Fourth, Danielle Allison, 5:25. That trio of ladies did a great job. Wilson from Southwestern finishes a bit of a deflating 5th after being second most of the race, 5:26. In 6th, Emma Willison hangs on to that group, 5:28. And then a pretty large gap to Southwestern's Katie Klimkowski finishing 7th. Then Samantha Thompson from McPherson in 8th at 5:43. In 9th, Aubrey Bonner from Tabor, 5:48. And in 10th, we see in that heat 10th, Reagan Rose from Kansas Wesleyan. As there are 2 heats with that, we will see compiled results that'll change a little bit of the order overall. Right now, we're seeing the start of the men's 1500. There'll be 3 sections. The first section, Gabe Vanucci from Southwestern is wearing number 1. Luis Bellor Gardner from Southwestern, number 2. Danielle Aguilar from Garden City wearing 3. Isaac Hale from McPherson wearing 4. Rosalio Ruiz from Garden City wearing 5. Austin Moffitt from McPherson wearing 6. Jacob Byer from Southwestern wearing 7. Casey Tim from Bethany wearing 8. Reagan Ty from McPherson wearing 9. Daniel Jones from Sterling wearing 10. Tyrell Haynes from Tabor wearing 11. Peyton Wardell from Southwestern wearing 12. Todd Truelove from McPherson wearing 13. And Mark Laird from Heston wearing 14. Right now, Vanucci in the lead through the first 300 meters with Aguilar, Hale, and Ty all kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 together out in front. There appears to be just a little bit of separation now between 3 and 4, the difference between the lead pack and the chase pack. Big move from what looks like McPherson's Todd Truelove to try to push up toward that group of 3 at the top with his teammate Moffitt, looks like trailing behind. Kind of shortening up that gap between what was the lead pack and what was the chase pack. Now all kind of coming together as they hit the home stretch here and hit the wind. Going to see a lot of that, I think, in the men's 1500 where a lead pack kind of opens up, but then gets a little bit gun shy as they head in toward the home stretch, knowing that they're going to have to take the win, knowing that the race is still, there's plenty of race left, knowing that they don't really want to waste a bunch of energy at the lead when there could be someone coming from behind them later in the race.
And you could definitely see that as they all kind of bunched up and went shoulder to shoulder there.
It's going to be beneficial from a competitive standpoint, heat by heat, to be tactical during these windy days.
Yeah, because I think you would ideally be looking for a good placing rather than time when having to deal with weather conditions like this.
Focusing more on the competition piece of this is generally going to be to the best benefit of the athlete on a day where the time just isn't going to be any good, almost regardless of what you do about it. Now we do have about a lap and a half left to go here. Right now it looks like Vanucci from Southwestern is out in front. Couple Garden City guys behind him and his teammate Belor Gardner in the mix as well. Bethany's Casey Tim pushing up into that lead pack as well. Followed by another Southwestern runner, looks like Jacob Bear. And then several McPherson athletes and Tyrell Haynes from Tabor. 1 lap to go. And it does look like Vanucci is the one who's opening up this lead right now. His teammate, Bellar Gardner, in hot chase. Then Garden City's Danielle Aguilar. And then Jacob Bear has come all the way from the back of this group and has stuck his nose into what could be a top 3 finish if he can continue to push it. Bellar Gardner with a very strong move from behind Vanucci. Teammate to teammate, fighting it out with about 120 meters left to go.
This would be an interesting finish.
And it looks like Vanucci has another gear. Bellar Gardner put everything he had into it with about 150 to go and just does not have another place to go. Vanucci finishes extremely strong, putting a 10-meter gap on his teammate. Bear is going to finish third to give Southwestern a 1-2-3 finish in that heat, followed by Aguilar and Ruiz from Garden City. Vanucci with a winning time of 4:46 in that heat. Louise Bellar Gardner from Southwestern, 4:48. In third, Bear, 4:50. Those 3 Southwestern teammates. Number 4 and number 5, both from Garden City. Aguilar, 4:51. Ruiz, 4:52. Tim from Bethany, 4:56 in 6th. Then 3 McPherson athletes, 7, 8, 9. Moffitt, Hale, Ty in 4:57, 4:57, and 5:02. Tyrell Haynes from Tabor in 10th with 5:02. Nathan Jones from Sterling in 11th. And in 12th, Todd Truelove.
You can really see how deep this Tabor men's distance team is by how many people are in the next 2 heats of the 1500.
Absolutely. You always want to see your guys in the faster heats. Heat number 2, Trey Topham from Southwestern will be wearing number 1. Dylan Rowe from Cali wearing 2. Giovanni Rios wearing 3 from Kansas Wesleyan. Jackson Monte Wallace from Bethany wearing 4. Alex Wilson from Tabor wearing 5. Andrew Miller from Tabor wearing 6. Logan Dabowski wearing number 7, also from Tabor. Christopher Yoder from Bethany wearing 8. Garrett Klinger from Garden wearing 9. Tristan Reed wearing number 10, also from Tabor. Christopher Miller from McPherson wearing 11. Aaron Medrano from Cali wearing 12. Justin Morwood from Tabor wearing 13. Ryan Villarreal from Tabor wearing 14. And Ian Brents from Southwestern wearing 15. We've got 6 Tabor athletes in the second heat. And it is starting very conservatively. We got a couple people, a Cali runner out in front right now. I would imagine that's probably Dylan Rowe. But really a huge pack of guys just content to bide and wait. A little bit of pushing and shoving as people try to make sure that they don't trip over each other. We'll probably see this string out just a little bit in this section, but I would not expect in the second lap here for the biggest moves to be made, especially with how conservative the group was willing to be through the first 300 meters. Only a 76 first lap through the first 400. That is pedestrian by these guys' standards. They can do faster than that.
Oh, yeah, and you can see that by their listed times, because all 15 of these guys are within 10 seconds of each other for their yearly bests.
And they are picking it up here collectively on that backstretch using the wind. It's going to be interesting to see if they start to be a little bit more conservative again into the wind, trying to gear themselves up for the final 800 here. Out in front, Garrett Klinger is bravely taking the lead, followed by what looks like Aaron Medrano, and then a couple Tabor athletes, a couple Southwestern athletes, a couple Bethany athletes right in a row. Klinger has opened up about a 5-meter lead with 800 meters to go. And this is where, in the 1500, especially on a windy day like today, if you're willing to be brave, you might get rewarded. Because that wind turns to your back, you really start striding out knowing you only have 2 laps left to go. And you're probably feeling okay if you've run the race relatively conservatively up to this point. And we see that right now from our 2 Tabor athletes, Alex Wilson and Logan Dabowski, who are both surging up to the front. They've eaten up, along with Dylan Rowe, the lead that Klinger had on the race. And now this is a 6-person race with Brenson Topham also in the mix in 5th and 6th.
You're correct. Both Tabor runners look like they're in great position to make a push for a great last lap.
Klinger has been extremely strong. Looking at his watch, it'll be interesting to see how much he has left. Topham is moving up to the lead, it looks like. And it is super tight in there right now. All 6 of these guys are in it. They're sticking their nose in it. These Southwestern guys have probably run the most conservative of the 6, and they're starting to pull away. We've got our 2 Tabor athletes in pretty hot pursuit, but if they want to go with our lead, which is actually Brent from Southwestern, it is time, and they do. Though Rowe has a huge move here with about 250 meters to go. He sprints into the lead. We got Brent's right behind him, and then our 2 Tabor athletes and Topham in 6th. Rowe with this decisive final move. 100 meters to go, and it looks like he's got plenty left in the tank.
You can tell he did a good job of conserving energy in the first 3 laps. Yeah, he looks like he can run another lap.
Rowe finishes first. Looks like Brent's going to take second. And then Tabor is going to go 3, 4, 6 with and 7 with Topham in the mix there in 5th. Dylan Rowe was your winner, 4:27.66. Decent time on a windy day. In second, actually Trey Topham, excuse me, 4:32.75. In third and fourth, Alex Wilson and then Tristan Reed from Tabor, both finishing in 4:34. Ian Brents was fifth from Southwestern, 4:35. In sixth and seventh, Logan Dabowski and Andrew Miller, 4:36 and 37. Then Klinger, who had the lead for the first, 2 laps of that race, finishes eighth in 4:40. Just shows you the dangers of taking the wind early. In ninth, Christopher Miller, 4:42. In 10th, Christopher Yoder, 4:42. In 11th, Ryan Villarreal, 4:44. In 12th, Jackson Monte Walls from Bethany, 4:47. In 13th, Justin Morwood from Tabor, 4:53. And then in 14th, there, Aaron Madrado from Cali, 4:59.
Here come the speedy guys like you, Joel.
I was always lucky if I was in the fast heat of the 15. We're going to see a few really good athletes here in this fastest heat of the 1500, and they are out aggressively. Wearing hip number 1, Ablel Gerbalassi from Southwestern. In wearing number 2, Caden Cunningham, breaking records left and right from Tabor, wearing number 2. Dylan Calloway, also very talented from Tabor, number 3. Andrew Holt, number 4 from Hutchinson. Pierce Clausen, a very solid runner from Tabor, number 5. Aiden Wells from Cowley, number 6. Brock Lauer from McPherson, number 7. Shane Calvin from Kansas Wesleyan, number 8. Camille Tarin from Hutchinson, number 9. Carson Turpin, number 10, also from Hutchinson. Alan Cantana from Tabor, number 11. Joel Rodriguez from Cowley, number 12. Jarrah Schmidt from Tabor, number 13. And Austin Hess from Kansas Wesleyan, number 14. While certainly there will be a tactical race here, it is very easy and clear to see that these guys are not afraid to push it. About a 68-69 lap through the first 400 meters. Right now, Dylan Calloway out front, leading this large pack of guys. Not a lot of separation, even from first to 14th. Right now on the men's side, a lot of, as it has been for a while, a lot of St. Mary's guys in the top of the 1,500 meter table right now. But Cunningham has run the 5th fastest time, and Callaway has run the 7th fastest time for Tabor in the KCAC so far this year. Southwestern, Geber Selassie, he has run the 6th fastest time this year. All 3 of those guys mixing it up in that top 10. And all 3 of those guys have run sub 4 in the 1,500 already this year. Those are very, very solid times. We'll see what they end up finishing with today, but I would expect all 3 of them to be extremely competitive within this race.
Yeah, anytime under 4 is great.
For those following those 3 guys in particular, it'll be very interesting to see how close they can get to that B standard of 3:56.5 this year. Cunningham so far has the fastest of the 3, 3:58.24, only less than 2 seconds away from that time. And this race has more or less played out exactly how I expected to. With the win, no one really willing to completely take the lead, but oh, and I misspeak as we see Brock Lauer from McPherson absolutely sprint to the front and force the pace to be more honest than it was. Now, of course, those 3 guys that we were talking about early go right on ahead here, and then I believe I'm seeing Andrew Holt from Hutchinson now on chase, trying to catch Lauer. This is the final lap of this race, and they are treating it like the final lap of this race. They are taking off hard, and it looks like we're seeing Callaway, I believe, from Tabor take the lead right now. with 100 meters left to go. Callaway out front. Geber Selassie and Chase. It's going to be a sprint to the finish. Who has more? A little bit of a surge from Callaway right at the end. They are neck and neck.
Very close.
That is a photo finish. Geber Selassie finishes 0.03 of a second in front of Callaway in order to win that heat and to win a time of 4:16. Definitely a slower time than what they are capable of. Callaway finishes in second with 4:16.66. Holt comes away with third, 4:19.96. My apologies to Pierce Clausen from Tabor, who was actually the second Tabor runner to be in the mix of the top 5. Caden Cunningham scratching out of the 1500. Pierce finishes with 4:20.18 in fourth. Brock Lauer, who was bold enough to make that race a little bit more honest, finish is in fifth with 4:20. Sixth is Shane Calvin from Kansas Wesleyan, 4:24. Seventh, Aiden Wells from Cowley. Eighth, Alan Katana, and ninth, Jarrah Schmidt, both from Tabor. 10th, Carson Turpin from Hutch Community College. 11th, Camille Tarin, Hutch. 12th, Joel Rodriguez, Cowley, and 13th, Austin Hess from Kansas Wesleyan. Another interesting note about that men's 1500 for both of those guys, Cunningham and Callaway, is that men's 1500 outdoor record owned by Garrett Doherty is in jeopardy. He ran 3:58.06 at the KT Woodman Classic back in 2015, and so far Cunningham only 16/100ths away from that time.
Do you think it can be done?
I definitely think it can be done. Both of those guys, both Callaway and Cunningham, extremely talented. Definitely the most talented duo that Tabor has had since 2015. And especially as how young as they are, I think what we're going to see is that that they may go down as the most talented duo that Tabor has ever had from a mid-distance and distance standpoint. There's more work to be done on that and more name writing to happen on the record board, but I believe that they're capable of that, yeah.
And that's high praise coming from a member of the 2015 duo that you're speaking of.
Garrett and I did have some fun back in the day. There's no doubt about that. But really happy to see these guys competitive to a point where they're equaling and or bettering what we were capable of. Because the truth of the matter is that's what Tabor needs as a program. Is they need guys who can come out and perform on a conference and a national stage at an extremely high level. And both of these guys are proving the ability to do that. Callaway showing him what he can do today, and then Clausen stepping up pretty big in that race too, minus Cunningham there to finish in fourth.
Oh yeah, I love to see a huge team. I love to see that it's also a fast team.
Up next, we're going to have the men's 110-meter hurdles. They will run with the wind at their backs, and with how strong this wind is, I would imagine we'll see some pretty decent times out of this. In the first heat, there'll be 2 heats of the men's 110 hurdles. Elisha Handsaker from Garden City, Hayden Boydston from Southwestern, Cameron Collins from Garden City, and Felipe Mintz from Cowley. Men's 110 hurdles at the college level, very interesting race. A lot of us are very familiar with, what 100-meter hurdles looks like at the high school level. If you haven't watched a whole lot of 110 hurdles at the college level, they have even taller hurdles that they're running over, and so the translation from high school to college for these guys can be a challenge, both technically because the hurdles are taller, but also just from an athletic standpoint. being able to rise up and over those hurdles and keep your speed up and keep your technique up, a lot of the calculus changes. And so it's often very interesting to see the changes and the adaptations that people make from high school to college for this particular event. Looks like 3 of the men that were entered will line up for this event. Looks like Felipe Mintz is our man who will not be running. Hayden Boydston with a commanding lead through the final hurdle. Followed by Handsaker and Collins. In the second heat, in lane number 1 will be Debonair Williams from Garden City. In number 2, Tyler Hayen Gerhardt, unattached. In lane 3, Toby Penner from Tabor. In lane 4, Jacob Skinner from Tabor. In lane 5, Alexander Holt from Hutch Community College. In lane 6, Sean Johnson from Garden City. In lane 7, Jockey Randall from Garden City. And in lane 8, Darian Holloway from Hutch. Both of these Tabor guys figure to be pretty significant factors in the hurdles at the KCAC level and also the national level. Both of them multi-time KCAC All-Conference performers. Skinner currently ranked number 3 in the KCAC in the 110 hurdles, and Penner currently ranked number 4. Skinner has run the faster time of the 2, running 14:95 at Bethel on the 15th. He is just 15 hundredths of a second away from the NAIB standard in that event. Penner, a better 400 hurdler, already has the A standard in the 400 hurdles, which will be coming up later. Ran 53:49 at Friends on the 1st.
I'd love to see those guys hit the standard today in this.
It's not impossible with the wind at their back. That's going to be a big help. Right now, what we see at the national level.
Do you see times disqualified for wind at this level?
My understanding is no. At the D2, really at the D2 and the D1 level, a lot of times will be disqualified for wind. That's considered either wind legal or wind aided, and wind aided times are not accepted as official marks in certain at certain levels. At the NAI level, to my knowledge, that is not a disqualification for national standard.
I would need a lot of aid if I tried to do this.
Penner currently ranked 10th in the nation in the 400 hurdles. As a reminder, the top 8 at nationals are considered All-Americans, so he's kind of right on that cusp there, right on that dividing line. But the nice part is he does have the A standard. And with as talented a guys team as Tabor does have this year, there'll be a number of B standards. The more A standards they can grab, the less likely any person has to stay at home or not compete in an event at nationals. This fast heat of the men's 110 hurdles getting ready to go. Skinner looks like he has the clear lead, followed closely by Holt from Hutch. Skinner does take the win first, 14:42. Holt close behind him. in second, 14:51. Penner in third, 14:90. Fourth, Sean Johnson, 14:91. Fifth, Darian Holloway, 15:03. Sixth, Debonair Williams, 16:14. And seventh, Jockey Randall from Garden, 16:28.
That's a nice time improvement for both Tabor runners.
That's a big time improvement. And Skinner has actually hit the A standard with that, the national A standard with that 14:42. Penner still off by a tenth of a second of the B standard at 14:90. So that will, assuming that wind not taken into account, that will guarantee him a spot at nationals in the 110 hurdles. Congratulations to Jacob Skinner.
You should have called it ahead of time. You would have looked really smart.
I don't make predictions. Shout out to Brian Windhorst. The Hurdle Hustlers, as they are affectionately called, lowering the hurdles down to the proper height for the women's 100 hurdles, which will be coming up next. We'll have 2 heats in this as well. In the first section, we'll have Megan Barkhart from Garden City, Alexandra Mendoza from Bethel. They'll be in lanes 3 and 4. Shauna Hines from Cowley in lane 5. And then McKenna Jagles from Garden as well in lane 6. In the KCAC on the women's 100-meter hurdles, we're going to see in a little bit, Sydney Wilson from Sterling is the pretty clear top of the class right now. A lot of freshmen involved at the top. We're going to see Michaela Brown, if I'm not mistaken, in the next heat, and she is the 3rd fastest hurdler on the women's side right now. To be in that top 8 group right now, you really need to run sub 16 seconds. Wilson, very impressive athlete who was able to garner multiple KCAC honors this last indoor season, taking first in the 60 hurdles, the long jump, the triple jump, and then also going on to nationals indoors for all of those events. This first heat, the starter calling these ladies back. A little bit different at the college level with the women than it is with the men because their adjustment from high school to college is just not as large. So you'll see high school hurdlers on the women's side tend to be a little bit more consistent when they jump into the college event than you see with freshmen on the men's side. And that speaks in part to the 4 freshmen that are in the top 5 of the KCAC right now on the hurdles.
Were you involved in recruiting outside of distance runners when you were at Tabor?
Yeah, well, I was. Not obviously as heavily as I was involved in recruiting distance and middle distance athletes, but really one of the nice parts about working with Coach Croker was that we tried to work together on that kind of thing. The more people that you could meet here and the more connections that you could make here, the more likely it was that you were going to feel at home here. And we wanted to make every recruit that, we were working with who came here on a campus visit feel like this could be home for them. And it's nice to see that this is a roster that's growing, and clearly that sentiment is growing as well. Looks like we have 2 athletes in this section that will actually run. So it looks like Alexandra Mendoza and Megan Burkhart will be our 2 competitors in this event. As they get set in the blocks. And they're off. Mendoza off to a pretty clear lead. Real smooth, real strong. A lot of steps in between the hurdles, in large part due to her height. She'll finish clearly ahead with Burkhart in second. 17:09 for Mendoza. That time not going to be fast enough to break into that top 10 for the KCAC. Burkhart behind in second in 20:68. As we get ready for heat number 2 and as these ladies set their blocks, in lane 1 you're going to see Tia Modelmog from Sterling. In lane 2 you'll see Aubrey Graham from Bethel. In lane 3 Michaela Brown from McPherson. In lane 4, Diandra Wilborn from Garden City. In lane 5, as we talked about before, Sydney Wilson from Sterling. In lane 6, Taya Wilson from Sterling. In lane 7, Lachey Smith from Cowley. And in lane 8, Diamond Chote from Garden City. Sydney Wilson has run the fastest time so far this year in the women's hurdles of 14:54 at the Bethel College Invitational. She currently does have the A standard. The only other member of the KCAC who has made the national standard in this is Iriane Padules from Friends, a distant 0.2 of a second behind her. Michaela Brown, who will also be in this race for McPherson, sits in third at 15:03, is her best time for this year. She is not super far off of that NAIAB standard 14:80. So it'll be interesting to see if, with the wind at her back, she would be able to take care of that today. Right now, Wilson is ranked 15th in the country with that 14:54. As these ladies get into their blocks, we do have a couple people who have scratched out of this race, it looks like. Wilborn from Garden City, I do not see. And they go. Wilborn from Garden City actually is in this race, and she is going to win. Pretty convincingly. It's a bit of a surprise considering Wilson only finishes in 14:80, well short of what she is capable of in second. So it is Diandra Wilborn from Garden City finishes 14:39, a fantastic time. She looked very powerful, very explosive, very smooth. Sydney Wilson from Sterling finishes second, 14:80. In third, Taya Wilson, 15:95. In fourth, Aubrey Graham from 16:17. In fifth, Diamond Chote, 17:88. And sixth, Tia Modelmog from Sterling, 18:02. Michaela Brown was actually the one that I was trying to identify that had been scratched out of this race. Also, Lachey Smith scratched out of that race. Next up, we're going to see the women's 400-meter dash. In section 1, as they shift the blocks out and take these hurdles off, you're going to see Katie Wright in lane 3 from Cotty. In lane 4, you'll see Shane Ransom from Cowley. And in lane 5, you'll see Lauren Wilson, also from Cotty. In the women's 400 in the KCAC right now, really, in order to make the top 10, you're looking at needing to run 62 or really lower than 62. 61, 64 is 10th. It's currently the 10th fastest time. Many of the times in the KCAC coming earlier this season, at the beginning of April, at Friends at their Spring Open. Though the fastest time in the KCAC belongs to Corsia Perry from Sterling, who hopefully we'll see here in a little bit. She ran 57:34. She has the B standard already this year, a pretty outstanding athlete in her own right. These three ladies get ready to go. It looks like we do have all the hurdles off the track, and so we're going to be ready to start this shortly. Perry, who we'll hopefully see in a little bit, is currently ranked 19th in the country, tied for 19th in the country in the 400.
I think the 400 is about the hardest race you can do.
I hope that none of my current coworkers are listening to this live stream, because I would have a lot of grief that I'd be getting when I got home after hearing you say that. They also, a number of them, agree that the 400 is the toughest race. I vehemently disagree with that, though the 400 is very tough. As we're off of this very first heat, pretty clear competition right now between Ransom of Cali, who looks to have a pretty decent lead, and Wilson of Cotty. Right well behind them. Ransom has already made up the stagger on Wilson and running away from her at this point. The toughest part about the 400-meter dash, probably of everything, is, as in many races, the finish is very tough, but you really are going to tighten up and lock up if you're doing your absolute best and giving your absolute best in that last 100 meters. And today, the burning problem for the quads and the hamstrings of our 400 runners today is going to be that headwind is going to hit them right as they are starting to really have to fight and be smooth at the same time. And so it's going to be very interesting to say who can stay true to form, who can execute, and who really tries to fight against that wind, and how it punishes the field. In the second heat here, in lane number 2, you'll see Kiana Garcia from Cotty. In lane number 3, Samaya Walker from Kansas Wesleyan. In lane number 4, Cheyenne Hankis from McPherson. In lane number 5, Tamaya Washington from Kansas Wesleyan. In lane number 6, Courtney Betts from Hutchison. In lane 7, Jessica Coleman from Southwestern. A couple of these girls, Cheyenne Hankis and Tamaya Washington, will be interesting to watch here. They do have seed entry times around 102, and that top 10 in the KCAC right now is sitting around 61 seconds. So they'll be in lanes 4 and 5, and we'll see if they can, put out a little bit of a superhuman effort in the wind here today to try and get inside that top 10.
Going back on our previous comments, I think my only experience with the 400 is when you would stick distance runners in the 400 at the end of the track meet when the sprinters were either tired or hurt, and so I have pretty negative emotions associated to it.
Thomas, you were a victim of the fact that when I was an athlete myself, I loved running 4x4s no matter what. It didn't matter whether I had run the 10K that day, the 5K that day. I was wanting to be a part of a 4x4. just for the pure excitement of after running 12 and a half or 25 and a half, 25 laps, thinking to myself, all I have to do is run one. And we are off here. Looks like lane 3. Erica Davis from Garden City. No, excuse me. Samaya Walker.
Yeah, she
made up that stagger
very quickly.
real fast. Now, Cheyenne Henkes from McPherson holding her off. Doing a really good job around that turn because she is on her outside. Walker struggling. Henkes with the lead. Washington trying to press forward on her outside. Having some success, inching forward. Both runners driving those arms as hard as they can.
This
Washington
is the part of the race where it hurts.
overcoming and being consistent down in the last 80 meters, overtakes Henkes, finishes first in that heat with a time of 104.41. Cheyenne Henkes from McPherson finishes second, 105.15. Third was Jessica Coleman from Southwestern, 107.47. Fourth was Samaya Walker from Kansas Wesleyan, 108.07. Fifth, Courtney Betts, 109.09. And in sixth, Kiana Garcia, 114.70. Last heat here of the women's 400. Erica Davis will be in lane number 1 from Garden. Destiny Cooper from Tabor, who we saw in the 4x1, will be in lane 2. Malia Hanna from Southwestern will be in lane 3. Corsia Perry, as we talked about before, from Sterling will be in lane 4. In lane 5 will be Kaya Hill from Southwestern. In 6th, Tabitha Deans, who is a very, very talented and multifaceted runner from Kansas Wesleyan. In lane number 7, Bailey Mann from Kansas Wesleyan. And in lane 8, Mia Roman from Bethel. We've got a few people that are few ladies who are really interesting to watch here. Cooper, Hannah, Perry, Hill, and Deans have all put their finger on KCAC competitions and made a mark. And it does look like Cooper has been scratched out of this event. I do not see her in lane number 2. Perry looks like is off to an absolutely huge lead to make up the stagger and then put 20 meters behind you and the rest of the field. Between you and the rest of the field is huge. It'll be interesting to see how strong she is down the stretch. Deans, as I talked about before, a multi-time all-conference performer, multi-time national qualifier, moving past Southwestern's Hill. Perry will finish first, a distant first, 58.25. Deans, 101.30 in second. In third, Kaya Hill from Southwestern, 101.98. In fourth, Mia Roman, 103.79. In fifth, Malia Hanna, 103.92. And then in sixth, Bailey Mann, 104.90. Davis and Cooper from Garden and from Tabor not starting.
That was a pretty dominating performance from Perry.
Yes. And from the gun. She made no bones about it. She was out. Compiled results on that. Your top 8 are Corsia Perry in first, Tabitha Deans in second, Kaya Hill in third, Mia Roman in fourth. In fifth, Malia Hanna. In sixth, Tamaya Washington. In seventh, Bailey Mann. And in eighth, Cheyenne Henkes. Moving on to the men's 400. In section 1 of 4, in lane 3, we'll see Luke Schmidt from Bethel. In lane 4, we'll see Malik Brooks from Tabor. In lane 5, David Sawyer from Bethany. And in lane 6, Tobin Wise from Bethel. On the men's side in the KCAC right now, to be in the top 10, you have to have a time of 49.81 or faster. Later on, we'll likely see Rock Hardison from McPherson, who's currently the third-ranked runner in the KCAC. Chris Moffitt as well inside that top 10. We'll see him later. He's currently ranked number 7. Only one runner in the KCAC, Corey Lyons of St. Mary's, has qualified to nationals, qualified with a 47.17 as an A standard.
I played basketball back in the day with another Malik Brooks at Tabor. I don't think that's the same guy, though.
I kind of doubt it.
He'd be kind of old by now.
I imagine. Malik Brooks from Tabor does have the fastest entry time of these 4 at 57.37. So we would hope that he would be able to compete well with these other 3 guys. As they get set and they're off. Brooks does look like he's out really well. Putting all 3 of these guys at his back inside of 100 meters, making up the stagger on the outside, putting even Tobin Wise behind him through 200 meters, looking pretty much in control of this race. Though he does need to watch a little bit as Schmidt on the inside is pressing forward just a little bit. With 100 meters to go, looking smooth. And like I said before, Schmidt from the inside pushing up. Just running stronger into the wind, carrying more momentum off the curve, and staying strong and making up that lead. Luke Schmidt finishing first, 53.99. Not a bad time to start off the year. In second, Malik Brooks finishes 54.50, which is faster than his seed time by a decent amount. In third, Tobin Wise, 54.81. And in fourth, David Sawyer from Bethany, 59.42. We're going to move on to heat number 2. In lane 1 will be Lamar Oubre from Garden City. In 2, Darius Archuleta from Kansas Wesleyan. In 3, James Lane from Southwestern. In lane 4, Brandon Geyer from Tabor, who does have the fastest time in this heat, entered at a 52.58. In lane 5, Gabe Gaddert from Bethel. In lane 6, Diego Zaragoza from Bethany. In lane 7, Keelan Ida from Bethany. And finally, in lane 8, Aaron Wise from Kansas Christian. A little bit bigger field here. Looks like lane number 3 potentially is scratched out. That looks like James Lane will not be competing. And then in lane 8, Aaron Wise, I do not see him. So we have a 6-man field here. Like I said before, Brandon Geyer looks to be the class of this field based on seed times. And they're off. Bethel's Gaddert looks strong out the front here, making up the stagger on the outside, and so does Geyer from Tabor. Archuleta on the inside, looking good there for a second. And it's a real jumble here through the second curve. It looks like Gaddard has the lead coming off the turn. But Geyer is right there, and he pushes right past him, pumping those arms as strong as he can. It's Geyer and Gaddard to the finish with Bethany Zaragoza on the outside. That is another photo finish on the lean. Gaddard takes first, 54.86, beats Geyer by 0.02 of a second. Geyer takes second, 54.86. Zaragoza in third from Bethany, 55.62. In fourth, his teammate Keelan Ida, 56.26. In fifth was Lamar Oubre, 56.51. And in sixth, Darius Archuleta from Kansas Wesleyan, 57.81.
So what's the toughest race to do if it's not the 400 in your opinion?
My personal opinion is there are three choices, and it's pick your poison. The 400 hurdles, the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and the 10,000.
Of those three, I think it might be the hurdles. I'm going to change my answer.
I certainly wouldn't fight you on it. In heat number 3, we see Nick Montoya in lane number 1 from Tabor. In lane 2, Joshua Rivers from McPherson. In lane 3, Kier Worthy from Southwestern. In lane 4, Isaiah Bartell from Bethany. In lane 5, Amari Hampton from Garden. In lane 6, Owen Sutherland from McPherson. In lane 7, Ali Cannon from Tabor. And lane 8, Evan Krottinger from Bethany. Isaiah Bartell from Bethel has the fastest seed time of 50.80, though Amari Hampton from Garden City is very close behind him at 50.84. Couple Tabor runners here. Again, Nick Montoya in lane 1 and Ali Cannon in lane 7. One of the most interesting parts about the 400 is the way the stagger runs around the track and the psychology of how you run the race depending on what lane you're in. 4 and 5 always having the fastest 2 seeds. 1 and 8, always having the slowest. And a question of how aggressive do I run my first 200 based on that stagger, based on what I can see and what I can't see. Looks like Garden City's Amari Hampton has shot out really, really strong. Bartell content to sit back a little bit more. Hampton forcing the guys on the outside in lane 7 and 8 really to push the pace to keep up with him through these staggers. But Hampton looks like he's overtaken both. Coming off the turn, he's clearly in the lead, and it is a jumble behind him. Looks like you got Ali Cannon from Tabor in second right now, though Owen Sutherland is pushing up on him hard, and so is Krottinger from Bethany, though I do not think Krottinger is going to have enough to catch him. And that is how it will go. Hampton with the clear lead and the clear victory in first with a time of 51.14. Sutherland with the strong kick down the home stretch, 52.32, takes second. Cannon hangs on for third, 52.99. In fourth, Krottinger, as he was strong, very strong throughout the entire backstretch to hold off Hampton as long as he could, finishes fourth, 53.67. Bartell in fifth. In sixth, Montoya, 54.41. Joshua Rivers in seventh, 54.67. And then Kier Worthy, I wonder if he maybe dealing with an injury, finishes in 60 seconds, 0.09. Our final race today is going on the 400 meters is going to be a hot one. There's not a single seed time here over 50 seconds. Everyone in is 49.82 or faster. Number 1, Noah Smucker from the KC Smoke, representing that organization. Number 2, Rayshawn Thomas from Garden City. Number 3, Isaiah Armstrong from Garden City. Number 4, Chris Moffitt from Southwestern, who we talked about a little bit before. Number 5, Malik Robertson from Garden City. Number 6, Rock Hardinson, the third best runner in the 400 in the KCAC right now in lane number 6. Number 7, Inalua Ojo from Bethany. And in lane 8, Eugene Dixon from Kansas Wesleyan.
Did you ever consider joining the KC Smoke and hopping in some of these meets?
I did. Garrett Doherty, my roommate from back in college, he did as well. And I was somewhat interested, but at the time I was coaching and doing my own running. And actually for the first year, I ran unattached with Northwest Missouri State's team at times because that's where I was coaching. But, you know, when you're coaching, it's hard to focus on your own training. And so I went in spurts, but I never decided to join any kind of organization like that. On the track, we are seeing this hot start right now with Moffitt getting absolutely out on a tear. I believe that's Moffitt. He's currently trying to make up this stagger. On Ojo on the outside, and he does. He's got a huge lead of about 7 meters, but he's got 2 Garden City runners hot on him, and Ojo coming from the outside. Roberson with an absolutely massive kick in the last 120 is going to take the lead. Moffitt hangs on for second. Malik Roberson wins with a time of 49:20. Moffitt again hanging on for second, 49:54. Armstrong from Garden City in third, 49:90. In fourth, Inalua Ojo from Bethany, 50.01. Rayshawn Thomas finishes fifth, 50.08. And in sixth, I think Rock Hardison is going to be a little bit disappointed with that 51.48. I think he probably feels like he could have competed a little bit better based on where he ranks in the KCAC right now.
Still, it's a tough day. It's impressive to see these guys run that fast.
Yes. Anything, any time you can run, in the low 50s when it feels like it's blowing 50 miles an hour, you're going to feel okay about it. But these guys, they're highly competitive. They're highly motivated. They're not going to settle for anything less than their best, especially immediately after the race. There's going to be some disappointment lingering there, and they'll manage that later if they feel like they have to. Looking at the compiled results, Roberson again is the winner, 49:20. Chris Moffitt in second. Isaiah Armstrong in third. Inalua Ojo in fourth. Rayshawn Thomas in fifth. Amari Hampton in sixth. Rock Hardison in seventh. And then Owen Sutherland finishes eighth. Next up is going to be the women's 100-meter dash. In the first heat, in lane 3, entered is Alexis Valle-Pons from Tabor. Ashleona Martin, you'll see her from Hutchinson in lane 4. In lane 5, Tiffany Pace from Kansas Wesleyan. And then in lane 6, Jordan Loftus from Southwestern. Again, running with the wind here. Could have some potentials for some really nice times with those wind-aided efforts.
Any predictions?
I don't do predictions. Right now on the KCAC side of things, in order to be in the top 10, you have to run 12:56 or faster. The closest time to that in this heat is Ashleona Martin, who's run 12, or is entered, I should say, at 12:87. Few others that we may see later, especially in the second heat, that are inside of this top 10. DeKayla Gaines from Tabor is currently tied for third in the KCAC. Rachel Booker and Lauren Terry, who we'll see later, are currently 6th and 7th. And then also Leah Palmer, who we'll see in a little bit, ranked in the top 10. As the first of these two sections gets off. Oh, nice. Hutch out in the lead to begin with. That was Ashley on a Martin. Tiffany Pace comes right on top of her right at the end, but cannot quite outdo her. Martin runs 12:50. And the KW runner running 12:52. Jordan Loftus, third from Southwestern, finishing 13:02. Tabor's Alexis Valle-Pons scratched. In section number 2, you'll see in lane 1, Leah Palmer, who is currently ranked in the top 10 of the KCAC from Bethel in lane number 1. In lane number 2, DeKayla Gaines from Tabor. In lane number 3, Erica Davis from Garden City. In lane 4, Rachel Booker from Southwestern. In lane 5, Lauren Terry from Southwestern. In lane 6, Aria Pierce from Whatever It. In number 7, Kamaya Keaton from Southwestern. And then in number 8, lane number 8, Alexis Hill from Tabor. A number of these ladies currently ranked in the top 10 of the KCAC. Looking at Leah Palmer from Bethel, looking at DeKayla Gaines from Tabor, and then the two Southwestern athletes of Rachel Booker and Lauren Terry, all having run pretty fast times already this season.
Whatever It Takes is the full name of it, and it is a track club out of Johnson County, Kansas.
Well, there you go. I had not heard of Whatever It Takes before today.
Well, they're pretty fast.
Apparently. Oh, and we got a false start, or very likely a false start based on the gun. That second gun firing to call the runners back. And it was a very quick one at that. We'll see here. We do have a red card out. And it looks like Gaines from Tabor false started. And that red card does mean that she has been disqualified from this event. The sprints, the 100, the 200, and the 400... pretty strict false start rules at the collegiate level. You're going to see, if the starter feels like you even got a slight advantage inching out of the blocks, or a false movement after they call you set, going to be pretty quick to hand blame and get you off the track. So minus Gaines. We're off, and it's clean this time. Looks like Booker is out hard. Pierce taking over the lead, and she leans out and I believe takes the victory. We're going to see the confirmation here on the results. It is Aria Pierce from Whatever It Takes, 11:79, a nice time for her. Rachel Booker from Southwestern, 11:98. Erica Davis from Garden, 12:27. Hill from Tabor, 12:33. That'll probably put her in the top 10 of the KCAC. Leah Palmer, who we talked about before, 12:36. Lauren Terry probably feels a little bit disappointed with this 12:44 based on where her teammate finished. But in 7th, Kamaya Keaton, 12:83. Booker from Southwestern running 11:98. That puts her well under the B standard of 12:12. And so she would be, assuming all holds up, the second KCAC athlete to qualify in this event. Garcia Perry from Sterling being the other. This race, I'm sure, with the wind, is going to kind of reshape the leaderboard on the women's 100 with how many women here were from the KCAC and also just talented in their own right and already inside that top 10 or near that top 10.
So
Next, go.
Would you consider this a sprinter's friendly track?
Yeah, it's Tabor's track is a very good track. It's friendly to sprinters in large part because it's as open as it is. So on windy days like today, there's not a whole lot of wind blockage. It doesn't really matter whether the wind's from the south or the north. They're going to be able to put the wind at the back of sprinters, both in the 200 and the 100. And so that makes for an advantageous situation. Not the hardest track that I've ever been on, but still a fast one. The first heat of the men's 100 is off. And we see Charles Barlow, Eric Kaiser, and Brett Sy in this heat. Barlow from Cowley finishes first in 11:02. Eric Kaiser from Kansas Wesleyan finishes 11:20. And then in third, Brett Sy finishes 11:47. In the second heat of this event, of 6 sections, we're going to see Jeremy Garcia from Cowley, Kenneth Sanders from Bethany, Isaiah Maris from Sterling, Judy Juarez unattached, Jake Loeck from Sterling, Mitchell Lepke also unattached, and Darren Sanders from Garden City. In the KCAC right now, top 10 takes 10:89 or faster, which is that's a very solid group of guys right now. Only 2 of the men in the KCAC right now have finished in a time that qualifies them for nationals in the 100. Bethel's Trey Palmer is one of them, and Bethel is here today, though I do not see him here in the heat sheets for this event. Tyke Owens from Tabor, who we'll see later on, is Isaac Tarango from Bethel, who we'll see in the fast heat. McPherson, Xavier Taylor as well.
In this heat, Mitchell Lepke is a Tabor football player, and you can kind of tell because there's lots of Tabor football players on the track rooting him on. He'd be in lane 6.
I see him out there. It isn't exactly common knowledge, but you do not have to be a part of a college track team to enter a college meet. Typically, if you get a hold of the meet director, you can enter unattached as long as they're open to entries. And this second heat is off. And it looks like Cowley's Jeremy Garcia pretty easily outpaces the rest of the field here. He finishes first in 11:19, followed by Rudy Juarez, 11:48. Jake Loeck from Sterling, 11:52, will finish third. In fourth, Kenneth Sanders, 12:10. And in fifth, the Mitchell Lepke, our supposed Tabor football player, finishes in fifth, 12:69.
I looked him up. He's on the roster.
There you go. Isaiah Maris from Sterling and Darren Sanders not starting that heat. In heat number 3 of 6, we'll see Nick Montoya from Tabor in lane 1, Carson Radford from Hutch in lane 2, Tracy Mason from Hutch in lane 3, Andre Daphne from Garden City in lane 4, Sebastian Formento from Bethel in lane 5, Joshua Rivers from McPherson lane 6, Toby Penner from Tabor lane 7, the 400 hurdler coming down to the 100-meter dash. We'll see if he does enter the 100 and race it. Garrett Slater in lane 8 from Bethel. Toby Penner is down there. I see him. He's getting ready to start. Toby is probably one of Tabor's most versatile athletes in its history. Tabor's had a number of versatile athletes in his history, but Toby being able to come down and actually race 100 and be respectable while also being at a nationally recognized level in the indoor 800, indoor 600, and outdoor 400 hurdles is pretty incredible. He was part of the DMR team that went to nationals this last year, indoor as well. Just an athlete with a very, very wide range. We're off. Formento out to a quick lead. Slater coming up on him on the outside. Radford and Mason pushing from the inside. But Formento hangs on to finish first in 11:18. Mason takes second, 11:25 from Hutch, and in third, Slater from Bethel, 11:27. Radford from Hutch finishes fourth, 11:42. Must be breaking some kind of tie as the results are a little bit slow. Heat number 5 coming on the track here. Excuse me, heat number 4 coming on the track here. Placing their blocks. Still waiting on the second half of these results. And finally we get 5th place, Nick Montoya from Tabor, 11:50. 6th place, Andre Daphne, 11:52. 7th, Toby Penner, 11:58. And in 8th, Joshua Rivers from McPherson, 11:84. In heat number 4, we're going to see in lane 1, Corbin Unruh from Bethel, Elijah House from Bethany in lane 2. In lane 3, Cameron Gordon from Bethany. In lane 4, Treyon Suber from Garden City. In lane 5, Deshaun Sanford from Tabor. In lane 6, Caleb Brodno from Tabor. In lane 7, Marcus Ransom from Sterling. And in lane 8, Philip Swank from McPherson.
I'm impressed by your pronunciation skills.
I do my best. Certainly nowhere near perfection. Couple Tabor athletes here, Deshaun Sanford and Caleb Brodno. Both these guys with relatively competitive seed times compared to their peers here. Treyon Suber has the fastest seed time of anyone, 10:94 from Garden, and he is in lane 4. As they get set in their blocks. Gun is up. And they're off. Pretty even. The two Tabor guys looking neck and neck with Subert and with Bethany's Gordon, but Gordon is the one who pushes out in the last 30 meters, really rolled out to just a better overall speed around 80, 90 meters, and he is significantly rewarded. Wins with a time of 10:70. Subert in second, 10:79. Sanford and Brodneau both under 11. 10:90 for Sanford in third, 10:95 for Brodneau in fourth. Unruh from Bethel in fifth with 11:09. In sixth, Marcus Ransom from Sterling, 11:19. Seventh, Philip Swank McPherson, 11:26. And finally, Elijah House in eighth, 12:02. In section number 5, coming up next, lane 1, Trevin Chandler from Bethany. In lane 2, Fabian Neva from Garden City. In lane 3, Ontario Jones from Tabor. In lane 4, Tyke Owens, also from Tabor. In lane 5, Eugene Dixon from Kansas Wesleyan. In lane 6, James Lane from Southwestern. In lane 7, Davion Gardenhire Hutchison. And in lane 8, Thaj Ferguson from Garden City. As a reminder, Owens and Eugene, both in this heat, Owens and Dixon, both in this heat, rank 6th and 7th in the KCAC as of today. And they are in lanes 4 and 5. Jones seated with a time that looks to be very competitive with them as well. And so it will be interesting to see today if we can get a couple Tabor sprinters advanced up in those rankings.
What would it take? How much money would it take for you to run in the steeplechase unattached in this meet next year?
Well, I'd love to make a little bit of money, but I don't know that you would have to twist my arm super hard. I do enjoy running the steeplechase. Don't get me wrong, I'd have to train a little bit. Otherwise, it would be truly miserable. But I've still got my spikes. I could dust them off. That or I'll just steal my brother. And here we go. Owens looking extremely strong, pushing to the lead and finishing in first. I don't believe I saw Jones amongst those that were running there. Owens.
Big PR.
Looking awesome with the wind at his back. 10:50 for the win. Number 2 was Davion Gardenhire from Hutch, 10:73. Number 3, Trevin Chandler, 10:75. 4, Thaj Ferguson, 10:82. 5th, Eugene Dixon, who is probably going to be just a little bit disappointed with that 10:83. In 6th, Fabian Nava from Garden City, 10:98. And then in 7th, James Lane from Southwestern, 11:07. I was correct. No Ontario Jones at the start of that race. And I see a lot of hugs because 10:50 is the NAIA standard. 10:55, the NAIA standard. So we have another A standard today, as well as Jake Skinner, Tyke Owens hitting the A standard in the 100-meter dash. Coach Croker's got to be pretty happy right now. And that, if that mark holds up, that would be the second fastest time in the KCAC yet this season. Now we're going to move on to the last section, this fastest heat here by seed time. In lane 1, you're going to see Quashad Washington from McPherson. In lane 2, Phillip Jones from Southwestern. In lane 3, Xavier Taylor from McPherson. In lane 4, Jerome Wagner from Garden City. In lane 5, David Mavundura from Southwestern. In lane 6, Keyshawn Jones from Southwestern. In lane 7, Isaac Tarango from Bethel. And in lane 8, Demarius Weber from Southwestern. As I mentioned before, you're going to see another couple guys that are in that top 10 in this race. Isaac Tarango and Xavier Taylor. Taylor being third and Isaac Tarango tied for fourth in the KCAC prior to today. After watching Owens, I gotta imagine both of those guys chomping at the bit to get out in this wind and try to secure that national standard. Neither of them have hit it. Both of them are close. 1067 for Xavier this year, for Xavier Taylor, and 1071 for Tarango. The B standard is 1065. And the A standard, again, 1055. As they back into their blocks. It's so fascinating. One of the best parts about sprinting is watching the way that they get prepared for their race. They take their time, they get in their own head, and they work. And here we go. What feels like a bit of a slow start. We're seeing this Garden City. Wagner out front. And he finishes first pretty easily in a 10:53. Xavier Taylor does get that B standard, 10:58 in second. Quashad Washington misses the B standard just barely, 10:67 in third. In fourth, Tarango is going to be disappointed. He ties his season best, 10:71. Phillip Jones from Southwestern, 10:77. And Keyshawn Jones, 10:87. No Mavundura and no Demarius Weber for Southwestern. So Owens is actually going to end up being your compiled winner of this field for the 100. Tyke Owens finishes first with 10:50. Jerome Wagner from the fast heat finishes the fastest heat, the sixth heat, finishes second, 10:53. Xavier Taylor from McPherson improves from his season best, takes third, 10:58, and grabs that B standard. Quashad Washington from McPherson has a big move up to 10:67 in fourth. In fifth is Cameron Gordon, 10:70 from Bethany. In sixth from Bethel, Tarango, 10:71. In seventh, Davion Gardenhire from Hutch, 10:73. And in eighth, Trevin Chandler from Bethany, 10:75. Next up, we're going to have the women's 800 meters. There'll be 3 sections of this. Wearing hip number 1, and on the bottom of the waterfall start, you are going to see Aiden White from Hutchison, Sarah Dark wearing hip 2 from Tabor, wearing number 3, Ashley Seibel from McPherson, wearing number 4, Elena Love from Cowley, wearing number 5, Maria Flores from Bethany, wearing number 6, Chela Garcia from Garden City, and then I believe up on the stagger, up on the waterfall, the second waterfall there, we're going to have hip number 7, Andrea Serrano from Garden City as well, Michaela Thule from Bethany wearing 8, Annalise Kierton from Southwestern wearing 9, wearing 10, Katie Wright from Cotty, and wearing 11, Taylor Thorpe from Garden City. Currently on the women's side in the 800, right now, we've got a top 10 that does include Tabor athlete Sonia Zimmerman, who we will see later in this event. She is currently ranked 10th. There are 3 ladies, including Tabitha Deans, which we got to see earlier in the 400, who have qualified with the A standard in the 800. Later on, we're also going to see the 9th ranked Diaganoa Wilson from Southwestern. And those 2, Zimmerman and Wilson, will likely battle it out along with a couple other Tabor ladies in that fast heat. The 10th fastest time in the conference right now is 2:26. And that NAIB standard is 2:16. Looks like we're waiting on some kind of timing correction.
Did you run the 800 much in college?
More indoors than outdoors. Outdoors, my focus was primarily 5K, 10K. Indoors, at one point, we had some pretty good 4x8 teams indoors, and I was on one of those indoor teams that went to nationals. And so that was, that was a fun experience. I enjoyed running the 800 more indoors than I enjoyed it running outdoors.
Oh, going back on you running unattached, I remember you running in a race with us a couple times.
That is true. Yeah, I especially when I was coaching, enjoyed pursuing some of my own goals, but also enjoyed running with athletes like yourself. I remember the first time that you, oh, and there's a false start, actually.
You don't see that a lot in the 800.
You do not. I am embarrassed to say that I have false start at 5K.
That's pretty bad.
It is. Walked up toward the line, little bit too much momentum, put my foot in the ground, and unfortunately there was no stopping the teetering that happened. Well, I think the starter laughed at me.
I would laugh at you too. I will say it's fun to have a coach that will run and practice with you and stuff.
And here we go. And as we see here in this first heat, trying to pick out, it looks like a Hutchison athlete. Looks like Aiden White out in front. Sarah Dark and Elena Love, I think, following closely behind. And then also in the mix is Ashley Seibel from McPherson, who has actually now taken the lead 200 meters into this race. Looks like she is anxious to take that win on the home stretch. Dark slides right by our 2 JUCO competitors here and tucks right in behind Seibel.
That's a great place to be at this point.
It really is.
Let her eat the win.
Especially in a little bit slower heat. You know that your opponent is more likely to lose. And here she makes another really smart move, because Love, for whatever reason, decides that it's time to be really, really aggressive down the home stretch, takes the win, and Dark recognizes that as she comes over her shoulder and just slides out with her. And now you can see Love struggling a little bit to keep up that momentum, but Dark has benefited from it because Seibel has fallen off. White has not been able to make that move, and now the 2 of them are out all alone, and she is the only one who hasn't yet taken the wind in that top 4. Dark ducking her head down, trying to bear the strength, essentially, to keep on the pace with Love here with 200 meters left to go. The race is extremely strung out. White followed by Seibel, though she is getting caught quickly by the chase group. Dark is making her move, 150 to go, and she presses on the gas. Love sits in right behind her, not giving up by any means. Dark takes a quick glance over her shoulder to see where she's at. Love pumping those arms, trying to come up with the kick, and she is pushing. This is going to be close down to the finish. Dark trying to shut the door, and she does.
What a smart race.
Was a very good race. Love hurting. White finishes 3rd. So Dark wins the race, that heat. Finishes 1st, 2:46.45. Love finishes 2nd, 2:47.09. Worked really hard for that one. In 3rd, Aiden White from Hutch, 2:58.39. Thorpe from Garden City finishes 4th, 3:02.67. Waiting on a few more times here as we transition into Section 2. 5th, Michaela Thule from Bethany, 3:06. 6th, Annalise Curtin, 3:10. 7th, Ashley Seibel, who took that big lead early on, finishes 3:15. I doubt she's real thrilled with that one. 8th, Katie Wright from Cotty, 3:15. Close finish there with Seibel. And then 9th, Maria Flores from Bethany, 3:21. No Garcia, no Serrano at the start. The second of these 3 heats, we'll see wearing hip number 1, Riley Paramore from Bethany, Journey Young from Hutchison. Georgia Hitchcock is going to wear 3 from McPherson. Wearing 4, Katie Klimkowski, which we saw earlier from Southwestern. Wearing number 5, Samantha Thompson from McPherson. Number 6, Allison Visor from Tabor. Number 7, Kiana Garcia from Cotty. Number 8, Josie Copes from Kansas Wesleyan. And number 9, Sydney Van Horn from Sterling. Another double waterfall start. Really love that at the college level, the double waterfall start in the 800. A lot less likely to create problems and create traffic. You'll see it more commonly at the high school level, a lane start, putting 2 people in each lane, and they run in those lanes all the way out until the dash line after 100 meters, and then they get to cut in. Nice part about a double waterfall is that you get to cut into the inside of the waterfall at any time, and just a smoother transition for the athletes. That double waterfall side on the outside does cut in after the first 100 meters, but just a little bit cleaner, smoother start. Way out in front right now, I want to say that's Knops from KDEB. We'll get a better look at it as they come around. It was strung out there for a second at the start, but things have come back together. This group of 7 ladies, not anything more than 12 meters apart from each other. Coming down the home, or coming up to the home stretch, Visor from Tabor tucking in a good spot. Looks like she's in 4th. And what we're seeing is Bethany's Riley Paramore content to take the wind. Looks like that's actually Katie Klimkowski from Southwestern who had the lead and now takes it back. Visor from Tabor on the outside of Samantha Thompson in good position as they come into the curve. Katie Klimkowski forcing the issue. Riley Paramore content to string it out, and now with 300 to go, ready to push herself. A strong challenge on the outside, leaving Klimkowski behind. Visor from Tabor in third, trying to come around, though Klimkowski's fighting hard now, pushing up on Paramore. Klimkowski passes, and now it's Paramore that's fading. Visor is trying to fight around her, keeping her eyes up on Klimkowski. There is a bit of a gap, about 8 meters, but she is trying to eat away at it right now. Pumping those arms hard. Klimkowski's made multiple moves. Does she have another one to hold off Visor? Both ladies going to the arms. Klimkowski looks like she's separating. Visor is the one who looks like she's falling a little bit. And Thompson is coming up on her outside, and she is going to get past there right at the end. Klimkowski holds on. Thompson with a strong finish. Visor third. So Klimkowski wins that heat 240.80. Thompson takes second, 241.96. In third, Allison Visor from Tabor, 242.84. In fourth, Josie Copps from KW, 243. In fifth, Riley Paramore, 245. And in sixth, Kiana Garcia, 250. Seventh place is Sydney Van Horn from Sterling, 306. No Young and no Hitchcock at the start.
I saw that Visor's from Johannesburg.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's a long way.
I didn't know that Dave Croker personally went out there to recruit.
You know, I hear that as he gets a little bit older, he takes a lot more vacation. So maybe that's what happened. Our third heat here. Wearing hip 1, Abigail Pinnock from Cali. Wearing hip 2, Sonia Zimmerman, as mentioned before, from Tabor. Number 3, Diona Wilson from Southwestern. Number 4, Brooke Wiebe, who we saw in the 1500 from Tabor. Anastasia Meyer wearing 5 from Hutch. Kylie Mouser wearing number 6 from Kansas Wesleyan. Danielle Allison, who we also saw in the 1500, wearing number 7 from Tabor. Natalie Graber from Bethel wearing 8. And Aceris Dandecourt Gore from Cowley wearing number 9. Looks like we got 8 athletes out on the track. All 3 Tabor athletes are there. Zimmerman and Wiebe down on the initial waterfall, and then Allison up high on the secondary waterfall. Here we go. Cowley's Dandecourt Guerrero out in front immediately on the outside, way out on the stagger. And everyone else giving chase. Meyer in the lead of that chase pack. Dandecourt Guerrero is way out in front at 200 meters, 20-meter lead. You know, an aggressive start at the beginning of the 800 is not an uncommon thing, but to do so on such an incredibly windy day puts you in a very vulnerable position. So we're going to see how strong she is through this 100-meter stretch, and then how she responds on the backstretch with the wind. The chase pack all bunched together, not a single one of them separated by more than 8 meters. White still out in front, or excuse me, Meyer still out in front. Those 3 Tabor ladies at the back, content to let them take the wind. Excuse me, Abigail Pinnock is our leader from Cali. comes through in 70 seconds. That's a very quick time for this heat. And she does not look like she's slowing down. She's got a ginormous 60-meter lead. Wilson aggressively pursuing, trying to make the most of this situation. One of our Tabor ladies pushing in behind her. Meyer from Hutch has fallen off. And it looks like Graber from Bethel also in that mix. No, excuse me. Mouser from K-Dub. Pinnock is going to take this win easily. Her aggression rewarded. And then Wilson is going to run away with second place. A really, really strong and tight finish here. Pinnock is able to pull out that win, 226.86, completely by herself. Wilson from Southwestern, 232 in second. Zimmerman, 233.95 for third. Mouser from Kansas Wesleyan, 234. Meyer from Hutch, 236, who kept that pace honest when the rest of the field, not including Pinnock, was not willing. Brooke Wiebe from Tabor finishes 6th, 237. Daniel Allison finishes 7th, 238. And Natalie Graber from Bethel finishes 8th, 242. Now we're going to move on to our men's 800. On this side of the coin here, 3 sections. In the first section, we'll have 13 men. Tracy Mason wearing hip number 1 from Hutchison. Roberto Apodaka from K-Dub wearing hip number 2. Robbie Krager from Bethel wearing 3. Andrew Graber from Bethel wearing 4. Rosalio Ruiz from Garden City wearing 5. Nathan Jones from Sterling wearing 6. Jacob Bear, who we saw finish very strong in the 1500 earlier today, from Southwestern, will wear number 7. Andres Ramirez from Southwestern, number 8. Isaac Hale from McPherson, number 9. Alexander Coe, McPherson, number 10. Austin Moffitt, who we also saw finish well earlier today from McPherson, wearing 11. Johnny Lozano from Garden, wearing 12. And Matthew Fleck from Bethel, 13. The men's 800. In the men's 800, in the top 10 right now, you have to run 157.18 to be included. 2 athletes in the KCAC have made the B standard. 2 Tabor athletes are currently in the top 10. Dylan Calloway, the freshman, who was so impressive earlier today, in the 1500 has run 155.04. And then Toby Penner, who we talked about before, our hurdler and kind of do-it-all man, is currently the 10th ranked 800-meter runner in the conference at 157.18. Right now, out to the front, looks like Andres Ramirez from Southwestern is our leader, followed by one of our Bethel athletes, either Graber or Krager, and then followed closely by Roberto Apodaca from K-Dub. And those 3 have opened things up a little bit, separating from the rest of the pack. Bethel's Graber made a very strong push through the wind to try to take the lead, and it looks like make the race a little bit more honest, and he is being rewarded because Ramirez looks like he's fading off the pace a little bit. He's got Apodaca still on his heels, and coming for him is Tracy Mason right now, who is working up through this field and makes a big push at 200 meters, eating up this gap pretty quick. We'll see if Graber can hold on here or if Mason has it in him to kick past him.
Oh.
And he is going for it, and Graber is not responding. You get seeing a better response from Apodaca, but that is not going to be enough. A fantastic move with 250 to go sets up a huge kick for Mason, and he is going to take this heat. Graber puts on a strong finish to compete at the end, but Tracy Mason will win it 2:13.52. Graber will finish second, 2:14.15. Apodaca, who ran a good race, 2:14.20. In fourth, Rosalio Ruiz, 2:16.36. In fifth, Andres Ramirez, 2:17.78. In sixth, Robbie Krager from Bethel, 2:19. In seventh, Jacob Baer, Southwestern, 2:20.
Yeah, Mason did a good job of making Graber do all the work and then out kicking him at the end.
Alexander Coe from McPherson finishes 8th, 2:22. Isaac Hale finishes 9th from McPherson, 2:24. Nathan Jones from Sterling in 10th. Austin Moffitt from McPherson in 11th. Matthew Fleck from Bethel in 12th. And in 13th, Johnny Lozano. In our next heat of 3, heat number 2, we're going to see Gavin Tucker from K-Dub wearing number 1, Tyshawn Brownfield from Southwestern wearing number 2, Nicholas Green from Tabor wearing number 3, Rose Ruiz from Garden wearing 4, Kobe Morgan from Kansas City Christian wearing number 5, Etienne James from Garden City wearing 6, Christopher Miller from McPherson wearing 7, Gabe Vanucci, who ran an impressive 1,500 from Southwestern earlier, 8. Ian Brents from Southwestern, another solid 1,500 earlier today, wearing 9. And then Luis Biller Gardner, who was in the mix of one of our heats of 1,500 earlier today, wearing 10. Pretty bunched up for the most part. Vanucci falling off the pace about 5 meters. Maybe content just to hang back with how much he used in that 1,500. Right now, out in front is Gavin Tucker from K-Dub, followed behind by, I believe this is Tyshawn Brownfield, who is right in behind him. And those two have separated. Behind them just a little bit, you see Kobe Morgan, but they have made about a 10-meter lead here, and they are being very aggressive. After taking the wind, Gavin Tucker is forcing the pace, and the Southwestern athlete, who is Tyshawn Brownfield, is hanging on and going with him. That's a big move by Tucker very early. And Brownfield is falling off just a little bit, about a 2-3 meter gap in between the two of them, with Ruiz from Garden City chasing hard, trying to track down Brownfield. Tucker has been very strong through this with 150 left to go, separating from Brownfield even more. Over 10 meters now is their gap, and he looks great headed into this final 100 meters. A very strong finish for him. Brownfield not able to give anything more. Miller is going to come up on the outside of Ruiz and try to finish and sneak in for third.
Green had a big push there.
So 206, more or less all by himself for Gavin Tucker. That's a good effort. Second is Tyshawn Brownfield, 208. Third is Christopher Miller. He finishes 0.05 of a second ahead of Ruiz, passing him on the outside, 209.64 and 209.69 for Ruiz. Fifth, Nicholas Green from Tabor, 211. Sixth, Etienne James, 211. Seventh, Ian Brents from Southwestern. Eighth, Luis Belor Gardner from Southwestern. 9, Kobe Morgan, who seems to have fallen off pretty significantly after that first lap. And then in 10th, Gabe Vanucci, 219, still feeling it after that 1500. And here we go for the third and final heat of the 800. Wearing hip number 1, Slavosky Wright from Southwestern. Number 2, Mauro Arancibia Campos. Number 3, Matt Gockel. Number 4, Aran Carney. Gockel is from Tallgrass Track Club. Number 5 will be Edwin Alvera from Cali. Number 6, Pierce Clausen, who finishes 4th overall in the 1500 earlier from Tabor. Wearing number 7, Brian Ginois from Southwestern. Number 8, Ty Davison from Kansas Wesleyan. Number 9, Trey Topham, who had a great race earlier today in the 1500 from Southwestern. Matthew Velaz wearing 10 from Garden City. And then Jaraylan Buckley wearing 11 from Southwestern. And here we go. Nobody currently, as far as I can tell, well, I spoke too soon. Slavosky Wright from Southwestern is the only guy in this heat that is currently in the top 10 of the KCAC. So many of them chasing those kinds of times, 157 and faster, in this heat. Slavosky is currently number 4. He's run 154.90, ran that at KT Woodman. And he is content to sit back through the wind, let these Bethel guys take it, and now he pushes forward to the front. I'm liking the look of Gockel as well, though Slavosky moves up strongly here, really ramping up the pace and pulling away from Campos, Gockel, and Carney. Clausen doing his best to hang on to that chase pack. I'm sure feeling that 1500 in his legs. Slavosky Wright, not made a lot more of a lead. It's about 20 meters. And I believe you see Campos giving it everything he's got to try to eat that up. I just think Wright's going to be a little bit too strong. And that is going to be the case. Wright will finish first pretty easily, pretty handily. Campos is going to come in second. And Gockel from Tallgrass Track Club third. So Slavosky Wright runs 155.99. Campos from Bethel gets second, 159.74. Gockel from Tallgrass Track Club, 2 flat 44. Fourth would be Aaron Carney from Bethel, 202.92. Fifth, Ty Davidson from Kansas Wesleyan, 204. Pierce Clausen finishes 6th, runs a 204 after that 15. Good on him. Number 7, Edwin Olvera from Cali, 205. Number 8, Matthew Velaz from Garden, 206. Trey Topham, number 9, 207 from Southwestern. Brian Ginanwa from Southwestern finishes 10th. And then our final finisher in that third heat was Jaraylan Buckley, 219.
The next event is the hardest event in all of track, according to Joel Allen, the 400-meter hurdles.
According to me. If we look at our compiled results for the men, Wright did win. Finished number 1. Campos number 2. Gockel number 3. Carney number 4. Davidson 5. Clausen 6. Olvera 7. And then Tucker out of heat number 2 finishes number 8. And those hurdles are getting moved out on the track again by our hurdle hustlers. So it'll be a short bit before they get started with that. Men's 400 hurdles are going to go first. There'll be 3 entries in the first of 2 heats. Wearing in lane 3, Khalil Murphy from Kansas Wesleyan. In lane 4, Kamal Murphy from Kansas Wesleyan. And then in lane 5, Nathaniel Hubbard from Cali. On the KCAC side with this event, honestly, the story here is Toby Penner. I mean, he's got the A standard. He's the best in the conference by over a second. There's a couple guys that, you know, are trying to give chase from friends in York, but those are the 2 that are probably those 2 really, to make up that amount of time would be a pretty big deal. Penner currently ranked nationally in this event. In the 400 hurdlers, Penner is ranked 10th overall in the NAIA. And we will see him in the second of these 2 heats. Probably the better competition he's going to see today is probably going to come from Shareem Hamilton from Hutch, who has run in 53.83 compared to Toby's 53.22. So that should be a pretty strong competition between the 2 of them in the second heat. Based on what I'm seeing, all I see right now is 1 Kansas Wesleyan runner out on the track. So we may have a heat of 1 400-meter hurdler, which is tough.
Joel, you should go down there and run with him so he has someone to run with.
I think that I'm going to skip out on that one. That's a torn hamstring waiting to happen.
Looks like we found another runner.
Well, I think we found one. Looks like Nathaniel Hubbard, and then I believe Kamal Murphy will be our 2 athletes in this first heat as soon as we are ready. Toby Penner, when he first came to Tabor, I was still coaching here, and what I remember is this guy who, you know, he was supposed to be this really good hurdler coming in, and all of a sudden having a need for an 800 runner for our 4x8 outdoors, and finding a way to convince both Coach Croker and Penner to give it a try. And, you know, of course, with how hard a worker he is and with as talented as he was, he ran sub 2 the first time he ever tried running an 800. And you're a pretty good athlete if the first time you step on the track and run an 800, you're running under two minutes.
That's usually a good sign.
Usually a pretty good sign. I do believe all the hurdles are out on the track. So we will begin this event shortly. Shareem Hamilton, just doing a little bit of background on him, who hopefully we see the 2 of them face off, Toby and Shareem. Obviously a very good athlete in his own right, has run 15.83 already this season. And ran the Open 400 indoors at the Region 6 Championship, took 6th. I'm sure that isn't exactly his best event. But indoors, there's no long hurdles. So you do what you can. And then he was on their nationally ranked 4x4 team, which ran 3:20:31. The last time that they ran against each other, they faced each other at the Friends Open earlier this season. Toby finished first in that race, ran 53:49, and Hamilton finished third, running 53:83, as we said before. So it was a close race the last time that they met. I imagine it'll be a close race again. It'll be interesting also to take a look at when we look at our top 10 for the men's 400 hurdles. 10th fastest in the conference right now is 59:72. We've got a couple other guys within the conference, Calvin Range from Bethany and Zachary Stamp, that are in the fast heat of this event, entered at 57:62 and 57:40. So clearly their coaches have reason to believe that they can put themselves inside of that top 10. And here we're getting ready to go. Kamal Murphy and Nathaniel Hubbard are only two competitors in this first of two heats. Hubbard hit that first hurdle the fastest and looks like he's got about a 5-meter lead or so at this point on Murphy. Halfway through the race, and the lead is about the same. Hubbard just looking like the smoother athlete over the top of the hurdles, and therefore able to carry his speed through in between the hurdles at a much more efficient clip. And by this point, he's quite a ways out in front, about 20-meter lead right now, and growing. Ooh. And Murphy barely gets over the top of that hurdle. Looks like his hamstrings are tightened up pretty good. Hubbard finishing first in this heat pretty easily. Murphy potentially happy just for the race to be over.
Yeah, that looked hard.
If your hamstrings are tightened up on you during a 400 hurdle and you still have 2 hurdles to go over, that's hard. All right, the much anticipated fast heat. Toby Penner in lane 4, Shareem Hamilton in lane 5. Both of them qualified for their respective national championships. Penner ranks 10th in the NAIA right now. Last time they met, Penner beat Shareem by not a lot, about 0.4 of a second. So it should be a very close race. And then a couple other on the inside, lane 1 and 2, a couple other KCAC athletes from Bethany, from Southwestern, that both have a real shot today, even with the wind of sneaking into that top 10. The 400 hurdles may be as much as any race, a rhythm race. And because of that, really hard to run really fast, because the faster you go, the easier it is to get thrown off your rhythm. You really got to be willing to be fearless, and because you're going to tie up at the end just like any 400-meter runner. But the difference is you've still got 2 hurdles to go, and that 400 runner doesn't have to do anything other than just put one foot in front of the other. So, it takes a lot of guts to continue to attack hurdles even when you're tired. And that's one thing that, sets really good ones apart. The other thing that's really interesting about this race is some people, they can go over both legs. Some people can only go over one. And so that can be a bit of a limiting factor for someone going faster if, every single time they approach a hurdle, they have to stride in just the right way as to make sure that they can hit their left, get their left leg first over the hurdle or their right leg first over the hurdle. Whereas if you're relatively ambidextrous with which leg you go over with, then all you have to worry about is running fast in between and getting a good clean line over the top of the hurdle. So,
do you typically count your steps in between hurdles like you would for like the 110?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that like you're going to be very aware of it and you're going to know what your habits are. No, in the sense that you don't. It doesn't have to be determined, especially if you're ambidextrous with those legs. It doesn't matter as much, right? It's more about your approach to the hurdle. Now, your first hurdle is going to be a little bit different in that you're going to be pretty consistent with your approach on the first hurdle. So Penner and Hamilton out well. I don't think Penner's made much up on the stagger. I think they're both more or less neck and neck right now. Actually, I think Hamilton's slightly in front of Penner, but Hamilton just tied up pretty bad right there, and Penner literally in the span of hurdle to hurdle right there picked it up, passed him, and now he's 2 meters ahead of him and pushing faster. Penner just with the better stride right now, looking extremely strong, pushing through the wind. Easy win, home invitational, that's fun. So Penner wins, Hamilton got second on that. Jaden Powell from Garden took third, 57.47. Calvin Range from Bethany, even in the win, runs 59.02, which, just depending on what other times in the conference fall this weekend, could sneak him into that top 10. Zachary Stamp from Southwestern finishes 1 minute and 69 seconds. Next is going to be the women's 400-meter hurdles. I'll drop the hurdle height down for this a little ways. In the first of these two heats, we're going to have Lachey Smith from Cali wearing number 3, or in lane number 3, excuse me. In lane number 4, Lydia Bumgardner from Southwestern, and in lane number 5, Jemiah Washington also from Southwestern. In the women's 400 hurdles right now, relatively even across the board as far as just not as big a separation. No one person who's in a commanding lead right now in the conference. It takes 1:11.67 to be inside your top 10. Got a number of freshman hurdlers littered throughout that top 10 on the women's side. A couple of Ottawa ladies sitting at the top right now. Within this race here, you're going to see a few different ladies that might have a shot of sticking their nose in and making a difference. Kintasija Pruitt from Southwestern is already ranked 8th in the conference. And then Taya Jackson is already ranked 10th. And those two you'll see in the faster heat. In addition to them, a few ladies are going to have a shot at getting into that top 10. Aubrey Graham, already is inside the top 10. She's ranked number 4. So you'll see Aubrey Graham ranked number 4. You'll see Pruitt from Southwestern ranked number 8. And you'll see Jackson from McPherson ranked number 10. Mendoza from Bethel and Stebbins from McPherson will also be interested in making that top 10 happen. And it looks like they may have combined these two heats just due to potential scratches that have happened. So yes, they have in lane number 1, you're going to see Sarah Stebbins, who I think has a shot at maybe trying to put herself in that top 10 from McPherson. In lane number 2, Diamond Schote from Garden. In number 3, Keena Romney from Hutch in, excuse me, looks like there was a scratch. Keena Romney is a scratch. Lane number 4, Kentashija Pruitt from Southwestern. Lane number 5, Aubrey Graham from Bethel. Lane number 6, Tyatt Jackson from McPherson. Those 3 are your 3 that are all ranked in the top 10 of the KCAC right now. Lane number 7, Alexandra Mendoza, who is not far off based on her seed time. And then in lane number 8, Lydia Bumgardner. Excuse me, it looks like lane number 3, Keena Romney, is not a scratch.
A lot of shakeups in this race.
Well, when you are trying to take 2 heats and put them together on the fly as somebody who is organizing the meet and as the timing system, that can be a bit of a challenge, and it's not uncommon at all to make mistakes. The key is to make sure those mistakes get amended before the start of the race, because once it starts, you're not going to call it back halfway through the race. Otherwise, people aren't going to be real happy with you. So 1 heat of the women's 400-meter hurdles.
I wonder if you hear it.
Graham from Bethel, not surprisingly, an all-conference performer in the 60-meter hurdles. So we see her here. But Pruitt from Southwestern indoors did not compete in the hurdles. She competed in the 600 and the relays, and she was an all-conference runner in the 600 meters. Jackson from McPherson, our other athlete currently ranked in the top 10, primarily ran 200 to 400 and relays. She must be a good hurdler, because her 400 time and her 400 hurdle time a little bit further separated apart than what I would have expected. Looks like we could be getting close to going here. Again, when we have combined heats happening in the moment, it takes a little bit more time to get things back up and running, but we see our runners getting into their blocks, and the gun is up. Looks like, I can't tell if that was a false start or if they just had him come up. Maybe there was, it looks like there must have been some kind of problem with the speaker. For those who are not aware, at the championship level and certainly at the collegiate level, you always want to have a speaker available for the starter, especially on days like today where it's super windy, because in lane 1 and in lane 8, you're pretty far separated apart. It can be really difficult to hear, not the gun so much as the starter's commands, and you don't want your athletes to be at a disadvantage because their rhythm was thrown off because they couldn't hear the starter as well. And so looks like they're fiddling a little bit with the microphone and the speaker that projects his voice out to the athletes right now, making sure that when he gives those starters commands of, runners to your mark and set, that the athletes can obey those commands and not make the starter think that they're trying to do anything fishy. Try number 2. Here we go. Pretty even start. It looked to me like Graham from Bethel might have gotten to the hurdle first, and I think that's pretty clear now. She is out like a cannon. And in second, I would guess Pruitt from Southwestern right now, based on how they're attacking the hurdles. Jackson from McPherson on the outside looks like maybe she is in third. Pruitt making up the stagger just a little bit on Jackson, but I do not believe that she's going to come anywhere close to Graham, who is way out in front in a commanding lead. At this point, Pruitt and Jackson are fighting each other neck and neck. Pruitt hitting the hurdle just a little bit before and having just a little bit too much in the tank is going to take second. Graham with an impressive gun to line domination. She runs 107.44 into the wind to finish first. That was very, very impressive from her. Pruitt, 109.98, finishes second. Jackson loses a little bit of gas at the end, finishes third. From McPherson, 110.36. Kiana Romney finishes fourth, 112. Fifth, Alexandra Mendoza, 113. Sixth, Diamond Schote, 116. Seventh, Lydia Baumgartner from Southwestern, 118. And eighth, Sarah Stebbins from McPherson, 118. So the hurdles will come off the track. And the next event will be our women's 200.
I'm glad we have this job instead of being the guys who have to carry all the hurdles.
Many hands make light work, right? In the women's 200, we're going to have 3 sections. And the first runner in those 3 sections will be in lane number 3. That'll be Emma Watkins from Hutchison. Number 4 would be Shane Ransom from Cali. Number 5, McKenna Gray from Hutch. Number 6, Jemiah Washington from Southwestern. And we will watch here because there is a chance that maybe we'll see some combined heats going on. We are going to be running from the traditional finish line at the home stretch out to the 200-meter mark, so as to allow our 200-meter runners to run with the wind and not into it. One of the advantages of working with a timing company like Black Squirrel is that you are able to have cameras at multiple different locations. We have had 3 different finish lines at this meet in order to accommodate the way that the wind is coming. So we have a finish line on the on the southwest side of the track for all of our events that go 1 full rotation or more around the track. We have had a finish line at the northwest side of the track for our 100-meter hurdles and our 100-meter dashes, and then now we'll have a finish line at the north east side of the track for our 200-meter dashes. So that flexibility is really awesome for the sake of the athletes and the coaches who are trying to make sure that the athletes get the best opportunity for a good performance. It doesn't look to me like they're combining these heats. We do have 4 athletes out on the track right now getting ready. Sometimes there can be a slight delay between the hurdles and the 200, both for the fact that the hurdles have to come off the track and also for the fact that the computer has to switch to the opposite camera.
Yeah, we don't want anyone running over a hurdle in the 200.
You'd be going pretty fast. Thomas, you ran here at this meet a few different times. What was your favorite memory from this particular meet?
One year I did the 5K while it was raining pretty hard, and I thought that was pretty cool. That's kind of my #1 memory from here, and it was a pretty good race for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, what about you?
I think maybe my favorite memory was actually not in a meet that I ran in. The year, well, we actually talked about it previously, was the year 2015 when Julie ran her 11:35 steeplechase. She kind of pulled that out of nowhere. I knew she was in really, really good shape, but she had never run anything nearly that fast, never broken 12 before. And so to go from running the low 12s in prior years, struggling with some injuries in the prior track seasons and things like that, to all of a sudden, at that time competing with she was racing against a former national qualifier in the steeplechase and competing hard with her and that kind of. That was one of the coolest races that that I remember here. So yeah. As far as memories from when I've run here, we hosted the KCAC Conference Outdoor Championships. I believe it was my freshman year. It was either freshman or sophomore. I don't remember which, but that was a lot of fun hosting the conference meet here. The facility was relatively new at that time, and so it was cool to be able to showcase it to everybody in the conference. But actually, probably my own personal favorite time where I was running here was actually not in college, but in high school, and because we hosted regionals here, and my best mile time in high school actually came on this track at the regional meet in 2011. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. So, and fun fact, I was not that great of a miler, but I actually had at least in 3A that year, had the fastest seed time at state. In part because people run races tactically and stuff, and they're not always run it absolute, all out. But yeah, had to have a big finish that day because that regional was a tough regional for the mile, and in order to make it, and so it was a lot of fun. And I think we're finally ready to move into this women's 200 meters. And here we go. $50 meters in, not a whole lot of separation. It looks like maybe Ransom from Cowley had the lead and she is moving pretty good here. But Jemiah Washington from Southwestern has her wow, so close of a finish we're going to get, and it looks like Washington edges her out. So Ransom is going to take second. Good initial push from Ransom to make up the stagger, but Washington just held it off. She finishes first in that heat, 28:34, and in second, Shane Ransom, 28:44. In third, McKenna Gray from Hutch, and in fourth, Emma Watkins from Hutch. In this next heat, second of three heats. In lane 1, Daniel McSeveny from Bethany. In lane 2, Jordan Loftus from Southwestern. In lane 3, Ashleyanna Martin from Hutchison. In lane 4, Leah Palmer from Bethel. In lane 5, Tiffany Pace from Kansas Wesleyan. In lane 6, Kalijah P. from McPherson. In lane 7, Kamaya Keaton from Southwestern. And in lane 8, J.C. Carson from Cowley. Does look like we'll have a couple scratches out of this heat. No Leah Palmer and no Kalijah P. Those from Bethel and McPherson. So we'll have 6 competitors. And here we go. Off the gun, Martin from Hutchison looks like she's got a really, really nice start. But I think Kamaya Keaton from Southwestern's looking pretty good as well on the outside. It's going to be a battle all the way to the finish line, very similar to the race prior, with a Southwestern and a Hutch runner fighting to the end. Kamaya Keaton does get the win on that heat. Finishes first with a time of 26:58. Ashleyanna Martin, 26:72 in second. Tiffany Pace from KW finishes third with 27:10. In fourth, Jordan Loftus from Southwestern, 27:66. And in fifth, J.C. Carson from Cali, 28:45. Danielle McSeveny, DNF. In this third and final heat of our women's 200, we'll see in lane 1, DeKayla Gaines from Tabor. In lane 2, Erica Davis from Garden. In lane 3, Lauren Terry from Southwestern. In lane 4, Corsia Perry from Sterling. In lane 5, Rachel Booker from Southwestern. In lane 6, Aria Pierce from Whatever It Takes. In lane 7, Deandra Wilborn from Garden. And in lane 8, Markayla Mack from McPherson.
DeKayla is probably going to be pretty fresh after the false start.
There could be some truth to that. It's going to be interesting. This race features Corsia Perry from Sterling, who has the A standard in the women's 200. She is currently ranked 7th in the country in the 200-meter dash. She was, if I remember correctly, the champion indoors in the 60, the 200, and the 400. And so if she is in this heat, she will be one to watch. Here we go. Very quick start out of lanes 4, 5, and 6. But Corsia Perry, you can see her speed is just fantastic. Her arm drive and how much power she's putting in the ground is just not comparable to the rest of the field, and she will own it. 23.83, and that is very close to bettering her seed time of 23.77. Aria Pierce continues to have a good day from whatever it takes. Takes second, 24.69. Rachel Booker, third, 24.93. In fourth, DeKayla Gaines from Tabor, 25.42. In fifth, Erica Davis from Garden. Sixth, Lauren Terry from Southwestern. Seventh, Deandra Wilborn from Garden. And in eighth, Markeia Mack from McPherson. And all of those times for those KCAC athletes going to be very strong improvements for them for the most part over the course of this season. There's going to be a number, especially with that win behind them again, a number of top 10 times that come out of that heat. We're going to be moving into the men's 200 next. There are going to be 6 sections of the 200. We're going to see in lane number 2, Eric Farbs from Southwestern. In lane number 3, Nicholas Green from Tabor. In lane number 4, Keelan Ida from Bethany. In lane number 5, Evan Krottinger from Bethany. In lane number 6, Diego Zaragoza from Bethany. And in lane number 7, Amari Hampton from Garden.
I saw that Nicholas Green from Tabor, he's on the cross-country roster as well, and you don't see a lot of cross-country runners also run the 200-meter dash.
You do not. That is true. It'll be interesting to see how he fares in this 200. He is listed at a no time.
Well, that probably makes sense because he's on the cross-country team.
I suppose we're going to find out what his real strength is today, huh?
I hope it's this.
Looking back at the top 8 from the women's 100, it actually is the exact same order as what we came out. Nobody from Heat 1 or Heat 2 was able to pass any of the top 8 ladies out of Heat number 3. And here we go with our men's 200. Only did not start is Eric Farbs from Southwestern. Amari Hampton is out like a rocket from Garden. And then shortly after him, it looks like one of the Bethany guys, looks like it might be Krottinger, who finished second. Hampton is going to finish first, 21.90. That's a very good time. And it was Krottinger, number 2, 23.30. Diego Zaragoza from Bethany, 24.33, takes third. Keelan Ida finishes fourth, 24.42. And then Nicholas Green from Tabor finishes fifth, 24.58. Hampton, I believe, is going to be regretting, and I believe his coaches are going to be regretting, that he was not in one of these faster heats, because 21.90, based on just the seed times alone, would have had him in the fast heat. In heat number 2, in lane 1, you're going to see David Sawyer from Bethany. Aaron Weiss will be in lane number 2 from Kansas City Christian. In lane number 3, Brian Genanwa, from Southwestern. In lane number 4, Andres Ramirez from Southwestern. In lane 5, Andre Daphne from Garden. In lane 6, Lamar Oubre from Garden. In lane 7, Alexander Holt from Hutch. And in lane 8, Aaron Dale Telak from Bethany. The landscape on the KCAC with the men's 200 right now. We have only 2 athletes in the KCAC who have qualified to nationals, 2 A standards, neither of them here. later on, with McPherson and Bethel and K-Dub all here, it's very likely that we'll see a number of people out of this top 10. Xavier Taylor from McPherson would be one. Eugene Dixon from Kansas Wesleyan. Rock Hardison from McPherson, just to name a few. And in this second heat, the two Southwestern guys just destroy the rest of the field. Brian Jananwa is the first of the two, 22.91, a decent time. Andres Ramirez a little bit further back, 23.54, finishes second. Lamar Oubre, who ran in the 400 earlier, finishes third, 23.75. Fourth, Andre Daphne from Garden City. Fifth, David Sawyer from Bethany. And sixth, Aaron Wise from Kansas City Christian. Two people scratched out, Alexander Holt and Aaron Dale Tellock. In this third heat of 6, in lane 1, you're going to see Rudy Juarez unattached. In lane 2, James Lane from Southwestern. Lane 3, Garrett Slater from Bethel. In lane 4, Corey Durham from Southwestern. In lane 5, Quashad Washington from McPherson. In lane 6, Brett Sy from Bethany. In lane 7, Isaiah Maris from Sterling. And in lane 8, Marcus Ransom from Sterling. Thank you. Gun is up. Quashad Washington had a really, really good start, but just to his inside, Corey Durham does a really good job making up the stagger and is doing just a little bit to pull away. Not a lot, but just a little bit. And he's going to finish ahead by about 2 meters. So even though Quashad Washington definitely out of McPherson had the best start of all 5, Durham just has a little bit more over the last 150. Durham wins 22-11. Washington settles for second, 22-35. Garrett Slater from Bethel finishes third, 22-62. And fourth, James Lane from Southwestern. And then in fifth, Brett Sy from Bethany. Juarez, Maris, and Ransom all scratch.
I think all these 200 runners are loving the wind.
I think you're right. The 200 is not an easy race by any stretch of the imagination, and most of these guys have already run, especially if they're on their relays, 2 events, and some of them have also done field events. So by the time they get to this point, their legs feel a little bit dusted, and the 200, of course, being the longest of a lot of these guys' sprinting days, that last 100 can feel pretty strenuous for those kinds of athletes.
Wouldn't it be nice to just know you only have 200 left to go, being a 5K, 10K guy?
Yes, it would be. Different mindsets, but also different kinds of punishment on the body. In heat number 4, in lane 1, we have Philip Swank from McPherson. Lane 2, Sebastian Fermento from Bethel. In lane 3, Jeremy Garcia from Cowley. In lane 4, Charles Barlow from Cowley. In lane 5, Jockey Randall from Garden. In lane 6, Elijah House from Bethany. In lane 7, Corbin Unruh from Bethel. And in lane 8, Hayden Boydston from Southwestern. Again, this is heat number 4 of 6. As we get into our next heat, heat 5 is when we're going to start seeing some of our guys that are ranked in the top 10 in the KCAC, and also guys that have a chance to really, really perform at a high level as this 4th heat takes off. Looks like Charles Barlow of Cowley is well out in front with 100 to go, and his teammate Garcia and Formento trying to chase him down, but just not enough juice. Barlow leads it start to finish, 22-12 for the win in that heat. Second, Garcia's teammate, 22-49. Third, Sebastian Formento from Bethel, 22-60. In fourth, Corbin Unruh, 22-88. In fifth, Philip Swank from McPherson, 23-03. In sixth, Hayden Boyston from Southwestern, 23-64. In seventh, Elijah House from Bethany, 24-30. And Jacque Randall was a scratch. Moving into the 5th heat, I think it's worthy to point out a few guys here that are pushing for that top 10 in the conference, already there. Eugene Dixon and Chris Moffitt and Rock Hardison from KDEV, from Southwestern, from McPherson, are all guys that are currently in the top 10, either in the 100 or the 200 or both. And then, of course, Tyke Owens today for Tabor runs 10:50, gets that A standard in the 100. So I would anticipate that all 4 of those guys. Ontario Jones for Tabor did not run the 100 earlier today, so we'll see if he ends up running the 200, even though he did not run in the 100. And so those guys all there in this 5th section will be very interesting. In lane 1 will be Zachary Stamp from Southwestern. In lane 2, Deshaun Sanford for Tabor. In lane 3, Eugene Dixon from KDEB. In lane 4, Chris Moffitt from Southwestern. In lane 6, Ontario Jones from Tabor. Tyke Owens, it looks like, maybe scratching. Lane 8, Noah Smucker from Kansas City Smoke.
Wouldn't it be awesome if you could see a couple more Tabor guys hit some national standards right now?
That would be cool. We'll see. Ontario Jones is out there in this 200. Oh, but he pulls up. His hamstring is killing him. He just literally ran right into the fence as Chris Moffitt, it looks like, of Southwestern, runs away with this 200. Jones pulls up probably 30 meters into his approach, holding at his hamstring. And on the ground, looks like in quite a bit of pain, waiting on athletic trainers to go out and help him. Well, that is unfortunate. Taking a look back at the results from that heat, Moffitt was the winner from Southwestern, 21:48, a fantastic time for him. Second was Eugene Dixon from KDEB, 22:05. Third, Noah Smucker from Kansas City Smoke, 22:43. And then in fourth, Zachary Stamp from Southwestern, 23:18. Looks like Jones is walking off with the help of some of his teammates and a trainer. Wishing him a quick recovery. Though hamstrings are really, really tough injuries for sprinters. For anyone, but sprinters in particular. Out there right now, I see Isaac Tarango from Bethel. He's one to watch in this heat. He definitely has the potential to be in the top 10 in the KCAC. Nobody in lane 2, nobody in lane 3. Jerome Wagner from Garden City is in lane 4. Xavier Taylor, another one to watch from McPherson in lane 5. David Mavundra, who I believe may have scratched out of the 100, similar to Jones in lane 6. It'll be interesting to see how he does. In lane 7, Cameron Gordon from Bethel, and then finally Owen Sutherland in 8 for McPherson. Mavundra looks like he's out really well. Taylor on his inside is closing quick, though, and so is Wagner from Garden. Though on the outside, here comes, holy cow, Cameron Gordon with a ginormous sprint down the last 50 meters. I believe took that. He did. Cameron Gordon won that race in 21:28, sneaking by, beating Taylor and Mavundra, from Southwestern. Taylor finishes second, 21:32. Mavundura, 21:40 in third. Tarango, fourth in 21:69. All four of those guys going to be really, really a force at KCAC's. Get the results of that final heat. Wagner ended up finishing 5th, 21:87, and then Sutherland from McPherson finishes 22:14. So as we look at the overall results, Gordon was first, Taylor second, Mavundura third, all out of the fastest heat. Then Moffitt finishes 4th out of the 5th heat. Tarango and Wagner finished 5th and 6th out of the 6th heat. Amari Hampton from heat number 1 with no time finishes 7th, and then Eugene Dixon from K-Dub finishes 8th out of the 5th heat.
I can't believe how fast Gordon from Bethany was that last 50 meters.
That was as good a close as you can ask for. I would be interested to hear and pick the brain of his coach about the first 150 meters of his race, but certainly, you can't be too disappointed when you're going up against some of the best guys in the conference and you pull out the win. Our next event is going to be everybody's favorite event, the women's 5,000 meters.
I like the 5K.
I do too. It's one of my favorite. 12.5 laps, and we will have, assuming no scratches, 17 athletes in this event. Wearing hip number 1 will be Louise Cocking, who we saw earlier in the 1500, and she ran really, really well. From Hutch, she has a very impressive seed time of 17:57. So we will see if she can run a fast time today. Number 2, Stephanie Martinez, the decorated veteran from Kansas Wesleyan. She should give Cocking a run for her money. Wearing hip number 3, Valentine Legat from Garden City, also going to be a challenger. Wearing hip number 4, Shireen Shariat should be kind of in this mix of ladies who is in this chase pack. Then we have Emma Willison from Tabor. Casey Lancaster will wear 6 from Southwestern. Daniel Allison will wear 7 from Tabor. Aubrey Bonner will wear 8 from Tabor. All of those ladies from Chariot to Bonner, seed times of under 20 minutes. Yasmin Reyes from Cali will wear number 9. Abby Sechrist from Tabor, who ran in the steeplechase earlier, will run number 10. Elsie Maris from McPherson will wear 11. Sonia Zimmerman, who's had a busy day, will run with number 12 from Tabor. Kira Jensen will wear 13. She's from Southwestern. Taylor Reckenmacher from Cotty will wear 14. Brooke Crepes from McPherson will wear 15. Daniela Goanna from Kansas Wesleyan will wear 16, and then Brooke Weeby from Tabor will wear 17.
I'm not seeing any Tabor runners out there right now.
And it could be that, they were entered with the idea in mind that, they were going to do a training run or a tempo or something along those lines and not race it. We'll have to see, until the gun goes off, we don't know for sure. I don't see any scratches yet in the system, but all of those ladies have had a very busy day. I would not be shocked if they were scratched out, or some of them were scratched out. That will diminish the field a little bit if that is the case. There were scheduled to be 6 Tabor ladies in this field. But if we have Martinez out there, who I do see, and some of these, a couple of these Garden City girls, then I'm sure there'll be a decent amount of competition. Martinez, specifically, one of the better athletes in the KCAC from a distance and mid-distance standpoint, a perennial standout, going back to 4 or 5 years ago when she first entered the conference.
Looks like a fairly small field if that's it.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting because once they update live results here, we'll be able to see who's all in it and who isn't. And we will keep you up to date on who is entered and who is not. And here we go. So Martinez immediately out to the lead. It only looks to me like we've got about 7 or so athletes in this field. So somewhere around 10 scratches, which is quite a few. You wouldn't normally see that. And I wonder if the wind just being as strong as it is making some coaches gun shy about grinding their athletes' legs for a full 3 miles out on the track. I see 2 KDUB athletes in there. So that would mean Goanna and Martinez are both in there. I believe I see Valentine Legat and Shireen Chariot from Garden. I believe I see a couple McPherson athletes in there. So we have coming through just the first 200 meters, Stephanie Martinez, Kira Jensen from Southwestern, Daniela Goanna, who we mentioned before from KDUB, Shireen Chariot and Valentine Legat from Garden City, and then Elsie Myers and Brooke Crepes. Those are our 7 competitors in this race. Right now, pretty pedestrian pace. Somewhere around a 95 through the first 400 meters, which doesn't shock me. With how windy this is, Martinez is out in front and running real controlled. Those 2 Garden City girls, who are probably her biggest challenge in this race, content to sit back behind her and let her do some of the work. Her teammate Goanna shading off of her. The only one of the ladies yet that's really dropped off the pace with that group of 6 is Crepes from McPherson. Chariot and Legat both kind of shading out, which is an interesting choice to me this earlier in the race, unless they're at this point willing to move up to the front and start working together and make the pace more honest than what Martinez is willing to do. This is certainly not, low 18 pace like what Martinez is truly capable of running, and I don't think that these Garden City girls are really willing to let it be that slow. So through 600 meters, somewhere just north of about 3 minutes. The two Garden City girls side by side, taking the win together. Martinez, who is not a particularly tall woman herself, I'm sure is very happy at this point to just tactically race this, sit in behind these two taller ladies and let them do the work while she basically just rides on their coattails. It'll be interesting to see how Goanna stacks up with this, if it does ramp up and if the pace does continue to move up, if she's out there, with the intention of trying to stay with Martinez, if Martinez is out there with the intention of trying to pull Goanna along. Through 1,000 meters, we're looking at the leaders coming through around 3:58, which means we're running just sub 20-minute 5K pace. And to give that a little bit of context, Martinez is well capable of running sub 18:30, just to show you how easy this really is for her, particularly. At this point, based on the way this is playing out, I think that Martinez is very likely pacing her teammate, trying to help her out, keep herself in front of her for a wind block, because the two of them are not really going with Chariot and Legat, who are starting to pull away about 10-15 meters, both of them capable of running mid-low 19-minute 5Ks. Quite a big gap happening now in between these different racers. Really 3 different races going on right now. You've got Chariot and Legat, who are out about 25 meters ahead of Martinez and Goanna. And then behind them, you've got another 40 meters between them and Kira Jensen and Elsie Mares, who are both close enough together that I believe what's going to end up happening is this race will stay fractured. These these duos of ladies will try to work together and use each other. It's a nice situation like when you have what Chariot and Legat have, because they both know that this isn't like the best race that they're going to run, but they also both know that if they work together, they can get a good race in. They can get a good effort in, and it's going to benefit them down the line. Martinez is pretty clearly at this point pacing her teammate, helping her out, which is awesome, especially on a windy day like today, when the truth of the matter is if you didn't have that, she would probably be pretty well doomed to not run exactly the kind of time that she's looking for. Martinez is making this effort easier on her, making it easier for her to pull out a good time. The disadvantage that Jensen and Mares are going to have is they're competitors. They're not teammates. And especially Mares right now being about 15 meters behind Jensen. Unless she can catch up to her and they are just good enough sports to work together and use each other and make this a less miserable experience for themselves. She's going to be fighting the wind. Both of them are going to be fighting the wind. And then, of course, Crepes coming over the top of the finish line now, all by herself. That's a tough spot to be in on a windy day. Now, Chariot does not seem content to stick with her teammate any longer. Starting to really build up. Both of these ladies have been building up. But Chariot has opened up probably about a 20-meter gap on her teammate Legat and just went through in about 8:25 or so, which means that they're both behind 20-minute pace by a decent amount at this point. But Chariot just not content to run that slow and looking very, very comfortable. Legat behind her still looks okay. Certainly not falling apart or anything. Not running slow, but also not necessarily forcing effort right now. Martinez and Gamoa still just kind of trucking away. Martinez clearly trying to pull Gamoa along a little bit here as the amount of distance that is being put between them is lengthening just a little bit. That's Martinez literally just trying to get her to move a little bit faster. Pull her out. Don't let her feel comfortable or stay comfortable. Martinez is, if she is truly pacing her, is very likely not going to completely run away from her, but she's going to put pressure on her physically to move a little bit quicker to keep her on her pace.
That's an awesome move for Martinez to do that for a teammate.
It's the advantage of having a larger team, having good teammates, having teammates that are in a position where they don't need the experience from this race. Like Martinez doesn't. She's a multi-time national qualifier. She's a multi-time KCAC all-conference runner. The things that she needs are not the same as the things that her teammates need, but there's an opportunity for her to get what she needs out of this race. It's a training exercise for her, and her teammate gets something out of it, which is, like you said, is a great display of sportsmanship and just team camaraderie.
Yeah, and you're right, because the other Kansas Westland runner doesn't have a time yet in the 5K, and she might be pacing her to her personal best.
Absolutely. A little bit more of a gap that Jensen's created on Maras, and this thing's really strung out at this point. It won't be... We've already seen Chariot and Legat lap Crepes, so they'll be one lap ahead of Crepes right now. Chariot still looks decent. She is in good form, and because she's not having to push super duper hard to the wind, she still looks relatively strong. She's got about 5 laps to go, which means that she's got about 2,000 meters right now.
Speaking of 5Ks, I wanted to be here with you so bad today, Joel, that I skipped my company's 5K that they put on today.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment, Thomas. We both know that you just ran the Boston Marathon and that running the 5K this week was probably a bad idea.
Realistically, my legs are pretty shot from that. But it was a ton of fun. It was a great experience. I'd highly recommend it.
I'm glad you think so much of commentating with me.
Cool.
Chariot at this point is probably about 60 meters bearing down now on Maras. So she's, at this point, one of the advantages for her is that if she does need any push, any benefit, she gets to look up at the runners that she is lapping and start climbing that ladder together. Put a decent amount of space now, probably about 80 meters between her and her teammate. in a pretty strong position to win this with about 4 laps to go. Legat not looking quite as strong as her teammate, but still looking like she's more or less got things in cruise control as she comes down the home stretch. She's not slowing down significantly into the wind. She's not yet at a point where she can see Mares, and so that's not like that's going to pull her along the way. Chariot is being pulled along right now, who's actually passing her right now and now has her eyes up on Jensen. Martinez and Goanna still working together, coming in on the home straight with 4 laps left to go. Going to pull her through somewhere around 13:45, 13:50 with a mile to go. And if she can run it well, she could have the opportunity to run sub 20. Certainly sub 21, sub 20:30 is in the realm of possibility here. Three laps to go for our leader here. 14:18 as she comes across the line. She's 200 meters away from 1,000 left to go. And it'll be pretty easy to tell what kind of pace she's on when she reaches that 200 meter mark.
Joel,
Sure.
do you know if they still give winners of events those Tabor T-shirts that say you got first place or whatever?
I'm sure they do, yeah. So Chariot has picked it up quite a bit with 2.5 laps left to go. She was at 15:05, looking pretty strong. Pretty decent chance that she can run in the low 19s depending on how fast she runs this last 1K. Maybe even a little faster if she's strong. Legat, about 110 meters back of her right now. Finally got to the point now where she's passing Mares. Martinez and Goanna approaching the 4K mark. Goanna is going to pass around 16:21. If she wants to get herself under 20 minutes, she'll have to run it about 38 or so. Chariot, depending on how fast she's willing to finish here, actually probably has her eyes up on Goanna and Martinez right now, which just indicates how strong of a push she's had through this race. I think she's going to be pretty happy with this solo effort on a windy day. Martinez starting to turn over her shoulder some more, starting to really pull Goanna out, trying to get her to go with her here. She's probably put 6 meters in between her and Goanna, trying to tell her, hey, let's go, because she's only got 800 meters left, and there's clearly a PR in it for her if she can get her to go. 17:25 as Chariot crosses the line with 1 lap left to go. She's run a really easy, really good race. This has been an awesome solo effort, and she may even run under 19 minutes, which is not something that seemed possible with the way that this race started and with the conditions we have been under today.
It's so tough to do that by yourself, too.
17:51 as Legat crosses the line. She as well running a really strong race. Sherry, 200 left to go. Trying to run down Goanna and Martinez. Goanna is fighting hard, but you can tell that she is laboring, knowing that she's got about 500 to go, and she is fighting for every inch that she can get right now. Chariot with about 100 meters left. Gonna finish. It's a fantastic time. Finally catching up to Martinez and Goanna. Runs an 18:52 unofficial solo effort. That's fantastic. And her teammate is going to come in probably somewhere around 19:10 or so here in a second. Maybe a little bit slower. Goanna passes the finish line somewhere around 19 minutes. So Legat finishes about 19:15 or just above, 19:16. So Shireen Chariot finishes number 1, 18:51.79, all by herself. That's incredible. Number 2, her teammate Valentine Legat, 19:16. Goanna takes off. Martinez actually walks off the track knowing that her business is done. Goanna is going to finish third, assuming nothing strange happens. She's got about 150 meters left to go at 20 flat right now. She's probably going to finish just sub 230 if she can pull everything out in the last 100 meters. Teammates cheering her on as she drives toward the finish line. 50 to go. And she is going to finish 20:32, give or take. Yep, 20:32, third place. Kira Jensen is going to be your fourth place finisher as she comes in with about 110 meters to go from Southwestern. And then behind her, you've got Elsie Mares, who's finishing pretty hard right about now as well. About 60 meters behind. Jensen going to finish in 21:16, 21:17. Mares drives home with a pretty strong kick. 21:29, 21:30 unofficial. And then Crepes will be the last runner out on the track. She will have, I believe, 1 lap left before her finish. 200 meters left to go for Crepes. She's at 22:37 at 200 meters. 23:30, under 23:30 seems a certainty. $100 to go. Strong push toward the finish line. It's what you want to see at the end of every race, regardless of how fast you run it. And she will finish 6th with a 23:25. Next up is going to be the men's 5,000 meters. Give or take scratches, we should have 29 men in this field. Could also see a number of Tabor athletes, though, of course, just like our last race, we'll see who all enters and who does not. Entered with hip number 1 is Dennis Mutai of Garden City. He has a very, very fast seed time of 14:11 and was a JUCO All-American in the mile and the 3,000 meter this last indoor season. Number 2 will be his teammate from Garden City, Kelvin Sheriut. Then number 3 from Southwestern, Abdel Gebrselassie, which we saw in the 1500. Andrew Holt from Hutchison will wear 4. Aiden Wells will wear 5. Holt from Hutchison, Aiden Wells from Cali. Joel Rodriguez from Cali will wear 6. Alan Katana from Tabor will wear 7. Pierce Clausen from Tabor will wear 8. Jaden Fleming from McPherson, 9. Shane Calvin from KDUB, 10. Camille Tarin from Hutch, 11. Brock Lauer from McPherson, 12. Carson Turpin from Hutch, 13. Meseret Elgin from Southwestern, 14. Giovanni Rios from KDUB, 15. Logan Dabowski from Tabor, 16. Ajay Dandu from Southwestern, 17. Ethan Pricolo from Southwestern, 18. Andrew Miller from Tabor, 19. Jarrett Schmidt from Tabor, 20. Justin Morewood from Tabor, 21. Ricardo Mijares from Garden City, 22. Alex Wilson, Tabor, 23. Ryan Villarreal from Tabor, 24. Malachi Pope from Southwestern, 25. Parker Roberts from McPherson, 26. Akito Fujisawa from Southwestern, 27. Reagan Tai from McPherson, 28. And Jose Garcia from Garden City, 29. It does look like a number of our athletes are scratched out of this event, including I do not see any Tabor athletes down on the track right at the moment. Looks like Dennis Mutai from Garden City, maybe either him or Kelvin Sheriut from Garden City has not wasted any time going to the front. And we will see who our scratches are here in a second as they pass the 400 and our system updates to include. So it is Kelvin Sheriut in the lead from Garden City, and then Camille Tarin from Hutch, and then Parker Roberts from McPherson right after him. We have 15 athletes in this field. And so probably half of our athletes in this field have scratched. Kelvin Sheriut, a commanding lead after just 600 meters, already opened up a 40-meter lead on what was Camille Tarin, and I believe now is Abdel Gebrselassie in second.
Man, his 5K pace looks about like my mile pace.
He is running pretty quick. There's no doubt about that. It'll be interesting to see. He went through that 800 about 2:17, which would be about 4:34 mile pace, which is quick, very quick, and especially on a day like today, that's very quick. So, unless there is some unforeseen circumstance, it does not seem like it will be an exciting race for first, maybe not even an exciting race for second, as Gebre Selassie from Southwestern does have a commanding lead on the third place Andrew Holt. Coming through 1,000 meters in about 3 minutes is Gebre Selassie, which would put him just over 15-minute pace. Sherry well underneath that. Sherry won, approaching the end of his third lap. Gebre Selassie 2 as well, down the mid of the back straight right now. Behind him, Andrew Holt, Carson Turpin, and Camille Tarin form a trio of Hutch Dragons that are, kind of stringing out at this point. Also in that group, Brock Lauer from McPherson, Giovanni Rios from Kansas Wesleyan, and then several Southwestern athletes who are trying to hang on to that group. Sherry coming through 1,400 meters. We'll see what his mile pace is when he reaches the other side of the track, about 100 meters away. And so, before we get there, it does look like the race for fourth is going to be our excitement, as about 6 guys are bunched up. Sherry comes through the first mile in about 4:36. So staying true and staying on pace, pretty consistent so far. The challenge in a 5K, of course, is not just how fast you can run the mile, but how comfortable you feel between 1.5 miles and 2.5 in a way that's going to, really, really challenge you.
And I would trust you because you're kind of a 5K expert.
I enjoy coaching the 5K. It's a very awesome race to coach. It's also an awesome race to run. When you get to the point where you're doing it and you're doing it really well, it feels like you're moving fast, even though you're moving for a long time. So, and especially if you're running 4:36 pace, you're moving pretty fast.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is moving very fast. It's also fun to watch somebody run that fast.
It is. And, one of the things that's very fun about like 5K, 10K is even though at the 5K level you get some pretty significant speed going, you get into a rhythm, right? And if you feel semi-comfortable in that rhythm, but you're pushing yourself, it's that clockwork. It's that, basically split after split after split, that when you're really moving and you feel like you're just a machine, that you take a lot of satisfaction in. And I'm sure that's how Sherriott is feeling now. And it's what gives you the motivation once you get to that really uncomfortable point at 1.5 miles and 2 miles to say, I've been crushing this. I'm not going to give up on this now. Just because there's some pain and there's some discomfort, I'm going to press forward. I'm going to use the momentum I have. And I'm going to enter uncharted territory, and we're going to see what I'm really capable of.
Yeah, it's all about being comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Surely. Getting close to the halfway point here. It's a 12.5 lap race. And at this point, Sherry has about 6.5 left to go. He's opened up a very large lead, about 110 meters on Gebre Selassie, who is no slouch himself. owns a PR of, if I remember correctly, 15:15, which is a very, very good 5K PR. But just at this point, cruising. Still behind in third is Andrew Holt. He has about a 15-meter gap on Giovanni Rios and Meseret Elgin. Also, I think I see Brock Lauer sticking his neck in there as well. Six laps to go for Chariot. When he comes around next, we'll see what he came through in 3K. I'm sure it's going to be a very good split. One of the challenges of a 5K like this, where you got an athlete as good as Chariot, and you kind of have a larger group of athletes, is that as somebody who's counting laps, it can be a challenge to keep track of everybody, especially as people start passing. Kind of a fun development here in this race right now is that third place seems to be a bit of a battle. Andrew Holt, Meseret Elgin, and Brock Lauer are all neck and neck and together. Holt has been alone in third up to this point, and now Elgin and Lauer both making a play for that spot. Chariot is running a fantastic time. He comes through 3K at 8:57, which means that he is on pace to run just sub 15. He would run somewhere around 14:55 if he just split the exact same paces that he has so far. To do that all by yourself, it's going to be an impressive feat, and I'm sure the coach of Garden City is going to be pretty happy if his number one woman and his number one guy go out and both run, sub 19, sub 15, all by themselves. Holt has fallen back significantly. Elgin and Lauer are alone together in third and fourth. Holt has dropped back to his teammate Turpin, and pursuing behind them is Dondu from Southwestern to round out 4, 5, 6. Chariot coming down the home stretch, again, starting to pass people quite a bit. He's got about 50 meters between him and his next guy from Hutch. And if he can catch him, he's got a little bit of a ladder of people that he can use to climb, and he can use to push this pace, this blistering pace that he is setting. One very interesting development here is that Meseret Elgin has significantly picked up the pace. He's now alone in third. He's got 20 meters on Brock Lauer. And on top of that, I think it's kind of interesting because his teammate, Geber Selassie, is about 75 meters in front of him and just kind of going through the motions. And I'm not trying to say anything bad about Geber Selassie. A lot of people would do that in a situation where you're kind of all out on your own. But I'm interested to see over the course of the next lap, how deep is Elgin willing to go?
Elgin also has guys that he's lapping that he can kind of use as a ladder to get up there to his teammate.
If he can keep up this level of effort for the next 800 meters, he is going to get within striking distance of his teammate, and that would have seemed pretty wild before the start of this race, considering the fact that the fastest he had ever run is 16:14. So we've got we're getting close to 1,000 meters left with our leader, Chariot. I think he's fallen a little bit behind sub 15 pace, but I don't think he's so far behind that he can't go and get it. But he's going to have to work pretty hard for it because he's lost some time in the bank. He's passing and he's got 1,000 to go right now, and it's 12:10. So he would have to run a 250 last 1,000, which is no small feat, in order to just get to 15 flat.
A guy like that might be able to, though.
He might. It's not impossible. But he'd have to decide now that's what he wanted to do. And one of the unfortunate things is he's got about 70 meters between him and his next guy that he can make this ladder. Now, if he goes for it, he's got a pretty huge number of guys ahead of him that he can attack. But he would have to make that commitment with 2 laps to go here. Geber Selassie in second. Elgin in third. I think Elgin still looks really strong, but I think Geber Selassie started to pick things up, knowing that he is, almost 800 meters away from the finish line. Lauer well back in fourth right now. Dondu chasing him just a little bit. It'd be interesting to see if he can gut that one out. And then Turpin even further back from there. Everything really, really strung out right now. Got about 500 meters left to go on Chariot, who's at 13:45. I think it's pretty safe to say at this point he won't finish below 15. But still, I mean, to run sub 9 for the first 3K all by yourself, and then he's probably going to run somewhere around 15:10, 15:15. That's still going to be outstanding. Elgin seems stuck. He's 600 to go. Elgin seems stuck about 50, 60 meters behind his teammate, Geber Selassie. But it'll be interesting to see if he can PR by a significant chunk here.
That big push did put him in third place by a significant margin.
Yeah, he's in third by over 70 meters now, maybe over 80. It was a very, very impressive, very aggressive push, especially on a day like today where you never really know exactly where we're going to end up. Geber Selassie with 1 lap to go, and he was at 14:45. Elgin with 1 lap to go crosses the line at 14:54. If he wants to get under 16 minutes, he needs to close at a really strong clip here. And a big start on that would be going out and passing his teammate. Chariot coming down the home stretch, 50 meters left. Going to finish in a nice and easy 15:18 for first.
He did make it look easy.
Geber Selassie with about 200, now going on 150 meters left to go. Elgin with 200 left to go, 15:33. I think there's a chance he's going to PR, but I do not think there's any chance he's going sub 15. He really needed to make that commitment with 1,000 to go if he was going to try to go after that. And I think that big move, I just think it was going to end up being too much. Geber Selassie, nice and easy, second place, going to cross the line, 15:57. Elgin driving home, really brave run from him, really good third place finish. Going to PR, 16:10.
This is a tough day to PR.
That is. He should feel really great about it. Lauer looking strong, finishing here. And Dondu. Dondu's actually going to come up in front of him. Turpin here, I believe, had a really solid race. Just, nothing super flashy, but just tough running from start to finish. And just nothing that took him out of the race either. Holt coming through next. I think he's going to come away from this race wondering, what could have been if he was maybe a little bit less willing to take the wind in the first mile of the race.
Yeah, because he's very capable of running a lot faster than that.
Pricklo from Southwestern is going to finish 8th in 17:09. At this point, the finish line is a bit of a turnstile. Camilo Tarin from Hutch going to finish in 9th, 17:17. 10th is going to be Giovanni Rios from KW, 17:24. As his teammate comes in here. A little bit of a lag on the results. Got 3 more guys out there still looking to finish. Strong kick in from one of our McPherson athletes here. $150 to go for Ricardo Majares, who is our last place finisher. Malachi Pope came in 11th, 17:44. Jose Garcia came in 12th, 17:59. Reagan Ty from McPherson finished 13th, 18:21. And then Parker Roberts finished 14th, and Ricardo Majares will come in 15th. $18.42 for Roberts. And $19.01 for Majares. Up next is going to be the women's 4x4. Originally scheduled for 2 heats. We'll see if we combine heats or not here. In the women's 4x4, assuming we do not combine heats, we will see McPherson in lane 3, which it doesn't look like we're combining. Their B team. Their team of Georgia Hitchcock, Samantha Thompson, Sarah Stebbins, and Elsie Maris, who both, if I remember correctly, finished just running the 5K not long ago. So there you go, Thomas, another 5K 4x4 double here. Tabor will be in lane 4 with Daniel Allison, Aubrey Bonner, Abby Seacrest, and Allison Visor. And then in the fifth lane, that'll be Bethany's A team with Mary Parks, Riley Paramore, Elsie Bowden, and Michaela Thule. This will be Tabor's B team. Currently around the KCAC, 9 teams have run the 4x4 so far. On the women's side, we're going to see the 2nd-ranked Southwestern women's team. We'll see the 3rd-ranked Bethel. We will see Kansas Wesleyan's 4th-ranked team and Tabor's 5th-ranked team. McPherson will also be in the fast heat. One of the things that I, as a coach, really loved about, meets where you could throw in a distance 4x4 is it's really important, I think, for athletes who do a lot of distance training, do a lot of aerobic training, to find ways to get speed into their diet of exercise, because the truth of the matter is every single athlete needs speed. We can't underestimate how much speed we need. And if we're going to win something, or if we're going to beat somebody, then we're going to have to be, at some point in the race, we're going to have to purely just be faster than them. And so I always liked using 4x4s when I had the opportunity to, for that reason.
I might complain and bellyache about Joel doing what he said to us back when he coached, but he's completely right. We do need speed work, and that's a good way to get some in a racing environment.
So it'll be fun for some of these girls who, I know some of the Tabor girls as well. They've had a busy day, and these two B teams, the Tabor B team and the McPherson B team, you know, those are all filled with girls that they're already tired. You know, this is not their main event, and they're doing this purely for the speed of it all, because it's good for their development. And sometimes I think that as spectators, it can be a challenge to understand, like, why are you putting two relay teams together if they're not your best relay team? Well, that's the reason why, and that's the justification why.
Yeah, there's more to it than just the race today. It's getting some of these girls and guys ready for their own races in the future. And running is just kind of fun, right?
If you are like us, then yes, running is kind of fun.
Kind of crazy.
Just a little bit. And we're ready. I do think that we may, in fact, I am sure that we are seeing a combined heat. So, in lane 3 is Bethany's A team. In lane 4 is Southwestern's A team. In lane 5 is Tabor's A team. In lane 6 is Tabor's B team. And then in lane 7 is Hutch Juco's A team. McPherson's A and B teams both scratched. So we will only have one heat of 4x4 for the women. Right now, out in the lead, it looks like Tabor and Southwestern are kind of neck in neck. There's going to be a pretty good chance that for an even handoff, with the way that Tabor is surging out in front and the fact that Southwestern is in lane 2, I imagine that they're going to hand off pretty similar times. Southwestern gets the handoff just before Tabor does, but now Tabor's A team is out running around the curve, trying to just basically keep Southwestern in striking distance until that cut, which just happened there. Now it's going to be important for DeKayla Gaines here to try to keep Southwestern's Rachel Booker right there, no less than 5 meters. And it looks like she's working pretty strongly and cutting that distance down as she comes around the curve. Coming really strong off the curve is a huge move, especially in one-on-one situations. And Gaines is looking fantastically strong as she drives by and makes a nice 8 to 10 meter lead, handing off to what should be Brooke Wiebe. Now, Southwestern is not going to go away because that's not the nature of relays. Every time you get the baton, it's a new person with fresh legs, and unless you just smoke the prior team, they're going to come after you and they're going to chase you. So right now we've got a really nice face-off between Malaya Hanna and Brooke Wiebe. Wiebe will have the benefit of not having to chase down. She won't have had to expend as much energy in the first 200 meters. But also she does not have the momentum in the race, and especially right now, developing about a 5 meter gap is Southwestern. Wiebe would be benefited to turn it on. Right now is where driving your arms is going to come so much into play, and you can see the experience of Hanna as she drives her arms and forces herself to the finish line just slightly more efficiently than Wiebe. And there's the handoff, and again, this is not a big enough lead that it means it's over unless right there, just like that, there's no chance for a chase.
Yeah, she fell kind of at a striking distance around that.
And I think part of the problem is that I'm 99% certain looking at this now that I do not believe Destiny Cooper has run in this race. And that takes some firepower out of the Tabor's A team. So pretty clear hierarchy right now. We've got Southwestern well out in front, about 50 meters out in front of Tabor. Behind Tabor, And working hard is Hutch. And then well back of that, we see Tabor's B team with Abby Seacrest on the backstretch, and then Bethany's A team. So Southwestern will finish first. Tabor second. And Hutch third. 4:04.06 for Southwestern. That is close to their best time of this season, though not an improvement. And then 4:13.13 for Tabor, which is just 2 seconds off. Very similar to Southwestern, a couple seconds off their best. Hutch runs third, 4:18. Tabor's B team comes across in fourth, and Bethany's A team will finish in fifth. 4:44.28 for Tabor B and 4:53.01 for Bethany.
In this upcoming men's race, if Tabor does have 4 teams in here, I think every male athlete on the track team might be running in it.
Well, let's take a careful look at the track and see how many Tabor guys are out there. So entered, Tabor does have an A, a B, a C, and a D team in this race. There will be 2 sections.
Man, Joel, I think I might have been on the D team.
And I think that the wealth has been spread out. I think this is a little bit of an intra-team competition that they've got going on. I think that Coach Croker has put these teams together to try to even them out and make them as competitive within the group as possible. So anyway, in lane 1 should be Tabor B. In lane 2 should be Tabor D. In lane 3, Bethany A. In 4, Tabor A. 5, Bethel A. 6, Kansas Christian A. 7, Tabor C. And 8, McPherson B.
Which of the Tabor teams has your pick?
Well, I mean, I probably will go with the A team. Does have Toby on it. Tough to pick against him. Also, he entered them in at their real time of 3:23, so he may not have pulled his punches completely. But I think that if you look at the other 3 teams, they're all pretty comparable. I do see 3. Well, actually, no, it is 4. There are 4 Tabor teams out there. And then we've got a Bethany team, but I believe actually that's incorrect. Strike that. Yeah, no, that is correct. We have a Bethany team, but no Bethel and no Kansas City Christian.
You'll have to ask Coach Croker after this race to get his thoughts on how he put the different teams together.
Stuff like this is fun. And it's stuff that you can do at your home meet when you're the one organizing it. You know kind of what to expect. So.
Oh, yeah.
Go through the list on the Tabor B team in lane 1 will feature Dylan Calloway, Alan Katana, Logan Dabowski, and Nicholas Green. The Tabor D team in lane 2 will feature Alex Wilson, Kobe Villegas, Jarrah Schmidt, and Ryan Villarreal. Tabor's A team will feature Ali Cannon, Nick Montoya, Brandon Geyer, and Toby Penner. And then Tabor's C team will feature Tyrell Haynes, Garrett Kinsey, Pierce Clausen, and Andrew Miller. A wide variety of athletes, a wide variety of specialties involved in this 16-man production. All right. Starter has raised the gun, has begun giving commands.
When's the when are we gonna put an alumni 4x4 team together for this?
Sounds to me like this would have been a good place and time to do it, but Coach Croker didn't tell us anything about it.
What's a 5th Tabor team?
And we're off. It's a pretty strong start, I would say, for Allie Cannon. And even, I would also say, for Wyatt Allen on the outside and for McPherson. I think Cannon will have a little bit of work to do to make up the stagger on Allen, who ran a very impressive race earlier today, kind of showing his ability to do multiple things. Bethany is not being any kind of slouch right now either. Christopher Yoder putting in a good performance. Tabor does hand off first, followed by McPherson and then Bethany. And then we've got Tabor's B team handing off, then the C, and then the D team in that order. So currently out in front, Tabor's Nick Montoya, followed by McPherson's Alexander Coe, and then just behind Keelan Ida from Bethany. And they're all real bunched up here. Bethany is coming around McPherson, and as we see Montoya pull away, handing off to Brandon Geyer. Bethany about 10 meters behind and strangely running in lane number 2 for no reason at all around the entire curve. Just added somewhere around 5 to 7 meters to his run. And so Tabor has a 15-meter lead in first with 200 meters left to go on Geyer's leg.
That reminds me of what you'd tell us in cross country, run the tangents.
Yes. In cross country, that seems like it's more of a problem. Whereas in track, it seems a little bit more self-explanatory. Geyer looking extremely strong, really driving his arms, a lot of force into the ground, finishing it off and handing it off to Penner, who at this point is probably uncatchable with a 25-meter lead. The All-American hopeful, 300 meters left to go with the wind at his back, and no reason to do anything but cruise. I like what I'm seeing out of this 4th place Tabor team right now. This guy is taken off. I cannot tell which of our teams this is at this point.
Give it about 45 seconds and you'll know.
Exactly. Penner looking very strong. 50 meters to go. Bethany passes McPherson in the last leg and stays extremely strong. Finishing in second. McPherson close behind in third. Tabor's A-team finishes first, 3:32.85. Bethany's A-team finishes second, 3:39.09. McPherson's, McPherson's, what's supposedly their B-team, finishes third, 3:39, even though they only had one team, so we'll consider it their A-team. Tabor's B-team finishes 3:46.05. Tabor's D team finishes 5th, 3:54.41, and Tabor's C team finishes 6th in 4:03.30. So, congratulations to Nicholas Green for looking like a monster on the backstretch there.
Yeah.
Last but not least is going to be the 10K. The Tabor College Invitational always finishes with a women's and men's 10K. Excuse me. We do have another heat of 4x4. Got so caught up in the excitement of those.
You just love the 10K
Tabor
so much.
4x4s.
Wait to start talking about the 10K.
So we do have a fast heat of 4x4s here. In section 1, or excuse me, in section 2, in lane 1, we will have McPherson. In lane 2, we will have Garden City. In lane 3, we'll have Southwestern's B team. In lane 4, we'll have Southwestern's A team. In lane 5, we'll have K-Dub's A team. In lane 6, Hutch, their A team. In lane 7, Garden City's B team. And then lane 8, Cowley's A team. Looking around the conference a little bit, this was actually the first, we got 10 teams so far that have finished 4x4. Tabor, their A team, is currently ranked 3rd in the conference. McPherson and Bethany, who are racing in this, are ranked 4th and 5th. Southwestern finishing currently ranked 9th. Lot of adjustments that are going to be happening over the course of the next 3-4 weeks to those rankings, just because that's the nature of relays. Is you're not always running your absolute best guys, those kinds of things. But today, if this is a competitive relay, I wouldn't be shocked if the rankings get shuffled a little bit.
Also, Tabor might want to consider throwing in that Nicholas Green guy to the A team.
Maybe. The gun is up and runners are getting into their blocks. And they are off. There will be no McPherson A team or Cowley A team, but we will have 6 teams in this race. Garden City, Southwestern's A and B teams, K-Dub's A team, Hutchison's A team, and Garden City's B team. As they come down around this second turn, K-Dub and Hutch look to be 1 and 2, though Southwestern and both Garden City teams are making things time up right now. I think Garden City actually ended up finishing, Garden City's A team ended up grabbing the baton first. As they make up the stagger here, we will see how it all shook out. It looks to me like Southwestern's going to come off the curve in first. Hutch close behind. Garden City's A team falling back for whatever reason, pretty significantly after making up so much in the last 100 of the first leg. Behind that, I see Kansas Wesleyan, and then Garden City's B team, and then Southwestern's B team. Southwestern looking very strong as they pull away just slightly from Hutch. Garden City's second leg pulling up close to and just in front of the Hutch leg 2 runner. Southwestern out by about 5 meters. Hutch in hot pursuit. Garden City again letting the Southwestern and Hutch runners run away from them. I cannot tell if this is an intentional tactic or if Hutch is just that much better and Southwestern's just that much better. Hutch makes a very strong move. That would be Cletarius Thompson. Really strong move beyond Southwestern's Demarius Weber. Got about an 8-meter lead right now headed into the final leg. Garden City not far behind. So it's going to be a matchup between Shareem Hamilton, of course, the very strong 400 hurdler, and Southwestern's Slavosky Wright, a very good athlete himself, the 800-meter runner. A 400 hurdler and an 800-meter runner duking it out over the next 200 meters in the 4x4. So far, Hamilton has looked the stronger. Wright not backing down, but not making up ground. Hamilton holds him off. Not enough juice for Wright. Garden City, not enough. Southwestern's B team is going to come in fourth, followed by Kansas Wesleyan's A team, and then a struggling Garden City B team.
You know what time it is, Joel?
It's 10K time.
Time for your favorite time.
As I said before, Tabor College Invitational always finishes up with the 10,000 meters. Usually only a few entries in it. Tonight's entries on the women's side, there's only one entered, Taylor Reschenmacher from Cotty. And then we have 4 men entered, the Austin Hess from KW, Jose Garcia from Garden City, Cisco Alvarez from KW, and Stevie Merrill from KW. We will see if those entries stick, and if they do start it, typically you have kind of a skeleton crew that hangs around and runs the 10K, but at that point most people go home. It is a pretty small event, and it's meant to be a little bit of a lonely event.
But this was your time to shine back in the day.
I ran the 10K at our home invitational once, and it was about as windy as today, and I said never again. A lot of people who run the 10K here, the truth of the matter is they're doing it as a, more as a training run than they're trying to, run their absolute best, just due to the lack of competition. But that's true of a lot of 10Ks. 10Ks are hard to put together because, shockingly, not many people want to run them.
I always thought you'd put me in one if you got mad at me.
Guess I never got that mad. I do not see any 10K athletes getting themselves out onto the track. Well, Thomas, it's been fun.
Since there's no one getting on the track for the 10K, maybe you could go get on the track for the 10K and I'll commentate.
I think that would be something everyone's going to tune out for. So, with that being said, thank you for joining us for tonight's Tabor College Invitational. We actually do have one more event that is on the schedule, just not in the system.
Is this the...
This is the Weightman's Relay.
Nice. This is a fun race.
This is a fun race. So for those of you that are still here and with us, the Weightman's Relay is the opportunity for those field event athletes who throw the shot, throw the disc, or throw the hammer to get on the track. Each run, 100 meters. You have to have 4 people. The winner takes home a box of 4 cupcakes. And by takes home, I mean instantly scarfs them down afterwards.
They're well deserved.
They are. we will update you on whether or not we have 10K athletes after the Weightman's relay is finished.
Unfortunately, I don't see a Tabor Weightman relay team.
You know, it's kind of a unique event. Some years you have one, some years you don't. Part of the problem from a team building standpoint is that generally speaking, my understanding is that javelin throwers who do not throw anything else are disqualified.
That makes sense.
So. Looks like we will have Bethany, Southwestern, and then I cannot tell who who this is on the in lane 5.
They have purple shorts. Who
I think
wears
they
purple?
must. It must be Kansas Westland.
Okay.
I don't recognize the jersey because he's wearing a white T-shirt over the top of it. That or maybe Southwestern has entered a B team. And here we go. Bethany is looking the best so far off of the turn. We'll see how the handoff was pretty smooth. I do wonder if that is Southwestern's team 2 on the outside. I think they might have 2 teams. Bethany is going to actually hand off in second. But still seems to have the lead just by virtue of how long the exchange zones are. Bethany is trying to hang on to the lead, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think we're going to have a sprint from third place to first. Certainly a Southwestern team just won it and won the cupcakes. Bethany, and if that was team number 2 for Southwestern, must be despondent. A lot of blame to go around. It does look like there are 4 athletes out there for the 10K. As a reminder, we have Taylor Reckenmacher, Austin Hess, Cisco Alvarez, and Stevie Merrill, the 3 men from K-Dub, and then the 1 young lady from Cotty running in this 10K. The 10K will be a silent affair once we get it started. We'll sign off. If you are one of those people who enjoys watching 25 laps around the track, feel free to stick around. Thomas, it has been a fun day working with you and commentating this track meet with you. Thank you for inviting us to come do this, Riley. It was a lot of fun, and maybe we'll make it happen again sometime.
Well, we can't do it next year because we're in the alumni 4x4 next year.
Maybe we can get a replacement just for the 4x4.
Or the alumni steeplechase.
Oh, yeah, sure. Even better.
No, it was good seeing you again, Joel.
Absolutely. Have a great night, everybody. It's been a great day of track and field from Joel H. Ween Stadium. This is Joel Allen signing off.
looking at a triple threat. We ain't simmer yet, game dripping like it's vinaigrette. We can go from the videos on the internet. If you say you really like that, then we gotta check. Yes, my team is bossing like this. Something about your game is not true. If I were you, I'd follow me too. Freeze, do not move, you in the wrong town. E, see my crew, do not back down, please. Send your resume, I'm on the fence now. Triple threat. Triple threat. You are looking at a triple threat. Triple threat.
Marcinchek is exceptional at his vertical defending. He kicks that one off and fit.